Good morning, Commissioner. We have Mr. Soldo back with us today, and he has previously been sworn. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Soldo.
Morning.
I'm going to dive right in with some questions. Back in the fall of 2018, Registrar, can you go to OD9A, page 172, please? So you'll see at the bottom of this page is an excerpt from Mr. Malone's notebook. Registrar, could you close this page and call it the next page, please? Just so we have it as big as possible. And can you call out those notes? I know these notes are a little hard to read. They are from Mr. Malone and they are from November 30th, 2018. And you'll see that they reference a call with you, which Mr. Malone has testified about. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Malone on November 30th?
I do.
You said at your last day of evidence that this call, which was scheduled on November 20, was intended to discuss the speed study and the roadside safety assessment. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was just you and Mr. Malone on this call?
Yes.
And at this point, you've testified that you know about the existence of the Tradewind report. Do you understand that Mr. Malone has knowledge of the existence of the Tradewind report as of November 30th?
I would say through the course of discussion at this meeting here, it became evident to me that he was aware of the data from the Tradewind report.
How so? How did it become clear to you?
Well, the discussion was centered originally around the speed limit report and some of the concerns that I had related to it. How I didn't think that some of the later recommendations that had just come in, I believe a few days before, were taken into consideration in the speed limit report. Speed limit report didn't identify a reduction in speed, posted speed limit. And when I had read the SEMA report, the draft, they identified a couple of items that had given me some concern, particularly the geometrics issues. So, this was really a meeting for me to kind of go over and express some of those concerns and the conclusions that he had come up with in the speed limit report. It was very much a high level discussion. Excuse me. It was high level discussion. We talked about many different things. We talked about the role of stopping sight distance in determining appropriate posted speed limits. We talked about things like super elevation as it relates to the curvature that's on the red hill itself and how that comes into play. So it all kind of centered around the speed limits. But we also got into the topic of friction, and in particular, what sort of stands out in my mind is the discussion related to the expectations of drivers and what they may experience on the different roadways. I was, at this point, considering that we should drop the speed limit on the RHVP, leave it on the link that the way it is, and we got into a discussion about expectations of drivers and expectations of drivers in terms of stop and sight distance, all that. And I don't recall all the specifics of this call, but I remember having the discussion about how there's a difference in the friction values on the link and RHVP. And, at that time, the only friction values that I'm aware of are those that are coming out of the Tradman report, and having that discussion about how the friction values were higher on the link versus the RHVP. So, through that discussion, I felt he was familiar with the Tradman report and some of the data that was associated with that report.
So the difference in friction values on the Red Hill and the link can be explained by the different times that they were resurfaced. So apart from him acknowledging that those friction values on those two parkways might be different, what exactly led you to believe that he had knowledge of the existence of a report that set out specific friction values on the parkways?
Could you repeat the question for me?
Sure. You said that you discussed with him that friction values were higher on the link versus the Red Hill. And I'm going to put to you that one of the reasons that friction values are higher on the link than the Red Hill could be that the Red Hill was resurfaced and had been more recently resurfaced. And so apart from you telling him that the friction values on the link were greater than the friction values on the Red Hill, what specifically led you to believe that Mr. Malone had knowledge of the existence of a report that set out the friction values on the Red Hill and the link?
Again, I can't recall 100% of this conversation, but I had the feeling that he had seen the graphs out of the Tradman report.
And you're going to have to explain the feeling that you had and what the basis for it was, please.
Just based on the conversation that we were having, that the bottom, in terms of what the levels of the friction were, and I can't give you a word by word description of the conversation, but I am pretty confident that he was aware of the Tradman report. The Tradman report at this point, we're in November. I'd say at least internally with city staff, there's multiple staff that actually know about this report, and it's a bit of a common knowledge. I'm assuming that, I indicated earlier that my staff were aware of it as well. And, through that conversation, I had an understanding that he was aware of the Tradman report and the values associated with it.
Did you use the word Tradwind when you were discussing friction with Mr. Malone?
I can't conclusively say I did. I can't recall that conversation, that level of detail.
What about Golder? Did you use that phrase, the Golder report?
Again, I can't recall the specific wording that I used in that conversation.
Did you say specifically that there was a report that set out friction values?
I believe we had a discussion about that there was a report that set out friction values.
So that's a yes. You did say we have a report that sets out friction values on the link versus the Red Hill.
Again, I can't give you specific wording of what was said in there, but we had a discussion about the report.
What did you tell him about the report?
It wasn't a long discussion. Obviously, this was one piece of a larger conversation. So we talked about how those friction values and the difference in drivers' expectations. So if you're looking for specific wording, I can't recall.
I'm actually just looking for even general wording, because all you have said is that there was feelings and a discussion about the report. And the inquiry would really like some more detailed information on what leads you to believe that that Mr. Malone knew that there was a report, because his evidence is that he did not from your conversation. So that's why I'm asking follow-up questions.
Appreciate that. I think what's the trigger in my mind is discussion about the graphs that come out of the friction report.
The graphs, like that plot, the
Correct.
friction values?
Correct.
Okay, and what do you remember about that discussion with Mr. Malone?
Nothing more than I've already indicated to you, that we talked about the graphs and how the difference in friction values were identified on those graphs.
Okay, is it possible that you believed that Mr. Malone knew about the friction report, that is the trade wind report, but you didn't actually give him enough information for him to understand what you were talking about? Like, is it possible that you actually having a conversation where you thought he knew what you were talking about, but he was not understanding that you were conveying information about a particular report? Is that possible?
I guess anything's possible, but when we start talking about the graphs themselves, I have to assume he's seen them and he knows that they're from the trade report.
Did you have any discussions about the 2007 MTO testing with him?
I didn't know about the 2007 testing at that time.
You didn't know that the MTO had done testing in 2007?
No, as you'll see in my emails that occur later on in January, February, I had no knowledge that testing was done by MTO.
And Mr. Malone didn't tell you that on this call?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Prior to speaking with Mr. No, I'll ask that question differently. What did the feeling that you had about Mr. Malone having knowledge of the friction report, could you identify the source of Mr. Malone's knowledge of the existence of the report from that conversation?
No.
Had you had any discussions with anyone at the city about whether SEMA should be provided with a copy of the trade wind report or the Golder report?
I don't recall at the time. We're talking about November 30th. At this point, I've known about the existence of the report, from sometime in October. We've had different meetings on this. You're asking for a question about a specific conversation, and quite frankly, at this point, we're having meetings once a week, twice a week about Red Hill. I can't relate specific details of this conversation. I just don't remember them.
I believe this is the first time that you speak to Mr. Malone about the reports that SEMA has conducted for the city. So this is the very first meeting. You have a meeting with Mr. McGuire the day before this meeting. And so to orient you back to that period of time, you're starting to think about when and how the trade wind report needs to be disclosed to council. You have this meeting in your calendar to speak to Mr. Malone. Did you have any discussions with any of your colleagues who knew about the trade wind report about what information to provide to SEMA?
I don't recall.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about whether the city should ask SEMA to do any work in respect of the trade wind report or the Golder report?
I don't recall having a conversation about SEMA doing additional work related to Golder or trade wind.
Okay. And so we know, of course, by January 30th, SEMA is asked to do additional work. Did you have any discussions with anybody between November 30th and January 30th when SEMA was formally retained to look at the trade wind report about whether to engage SEMA to review the trade wind report?
I don't recall having a conversation.
So when you say you don't recall, is that you did not have conversations before then?
I don't recall having a conversation.
Okay, well, moving away from your recollection, thinking back to that period of time, thinking back to all of the things that you had on your plate in respect of the Red Hill, what were you thinking about how you were going to assess the trade wind report and what information you needed about the trade wind report? How did SEMA play into that?
The trade wind report, as I indicated earlier, is something that the engineering group was looking after. In terms of your question there about how I'm going to assess the trade-in report, we went over that last time. It calls for more investigation, and that's what the engineering group was doing.
And so you didn't have any conversations about whether to engage a third-party expert during that period of time, recognizing it's not your area of responsibility, but of course you are responsible for road safety.
I wasn't, Gord was handling hiring the consultants and doing any follow-up. Wasn't.
Okay, so what conversations did you have with Gord about that?
He would keep me, he gave me informed every once in a while on what he was doing with Golder, but very high level discussion. It's not something that we went into a lot of detail about.
Okay, so apart from Golder and Mr. McGuire's continuing work with him, what discussions did you have with Mr. McGuire, if any, about whether to retain SEMA or any other consultant to assess the trade wind report in the period of time between November 30th and January 30th?
I don't remember having any conversations about retaining SEMA to review trade wind report.
Is that to say that you didn't? Because when you say I don't recall, it's a very vague answer, and I'm going to keep pressing you, and I don't want you to have to come back for another day, but we're already 20 minutes in today, and I would really like you to try to search your memory and frankly, search the way that you think about these things and give me your best evidence, please.
Right. So that's exactly why I'm saying I don't remember. Having SEMA review trade wind, that wouldn't be within my framework of responsibility. That's the trade wind report is being reviewed by engineering. So if you're asking me for my mindset at this point, this is something that's being taken care of by engineering.
Okay, so then I'm hearing from your answer is that you did not consider whether to hire any consultant. Is that right?
Wouldn't be my responsibility to hire a consultant to look after.
I am not interested, sir, in what was your responsibility and what wasn't your responsibility. I know that there are many conversations with many people in this city, and recognizing that it might not have been your responsibility or part of these discussions. You're a very high level staff member in this city. I think you contributed to those discussions. I'm sure you did. So I'm not asking about your responsibility. That's not the answer. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking whether you actually turned your mind to it. And I think your evidence is that you did not. Is that right?
I did not.
Last question before we move away from this call with Mr. Malone. Did you explain to Mr. Malone the issue around the use of the UK investigatory standard that was set out in the trade wind report?
I would not have had that discussion with him.
I'm sorry, your microphone is a little low. I missed that.
I did not have that discussion with him.
Okay, so when you said that the link friction values were higher than the Red Hill, did you provide him with any further information about the quality or the numerical value of the levels on the Red Hill?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, and you didn't tell him that they were below or well below an investigatory standard?
I don't recall.
You don't recall either way?
I don't recall.
Okay, so when you're dealing with the discussions about driver expectations and stopping distances, I'm going to suggest to you that if you had this conversation with Mr. Malone, it would have been an important fact to provide him with the understanding that the Red Hill numbers were not just lower than the link, but they were actually by this consultant objectively low on their own.
Or do you have a question?
I was suggesting that to you. Do you agree with that suggestion?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand what you're suggesting.
I'm going to suggest to you that if you're having this conversation with Mr. Malone about driver expectation and stopping distances, that telling him that the quality of the Red Hill friction value was actually objectively low, according to the trade wind consultant, would be a relevant piece of information. Not just that in contrast to the link, but actually looking at the numbers themselves and what the consultant had said. I'm going to suggest that would have been something that would have been relevant to the conversation. Would you agree with that?
And like I said, I don't recall if we had that conversation.
But you'd agree it would be relevant if you had had that conversation?
It may, yes.
Did Mr. Malone ask to see the report that you were referencing?
Not that I recall.
And did you have an understanding or a feeling that he had a copy of it already?
I don't think I had an understanding either way.
Okay, so you said you were talking about charts with him. Did you have an understanding that he had those charts?
It'd be tough to have that conversation without having those charts.
Did you ask Mr. Malone to do any work in respect of the trade-in report?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him to consider the trade-in report in the context of finalizing the RSA?
I can't recall if I specifically asked him having this conversation. I would assume he would take that information into consideration when he's doing his work.
Were you expecting that the reference to friction values would be contained in the RSA?
I can't tell you what I was expecting at that point. I don't recall my expectations at that point.
Okay. Well, sitting here today, do you think that the RSA should have actually referenced the fact that there was a trade-in report and that there was low friction values?
Not necessarily.
So if Mr. Malone and SEMA had this evidence, you wouldn't expect that it would be referenced in the RSA? That's not part of your expectations of this consultant?
Well, you know, the trade report is, and the goal report is still drafted at that point in time.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're asking what my expectations are, I'm not sure what my expectations were at that point.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to OD9A, page 174, please? Thank you. So this is some, but not all, of an executive summary that Mr. Malone prepared for Mr. McGuire. It's an executive summary of the lighting report. And I think last time you said, you testified that by December 3rd, you hadn't really been involved in the lighting study project. By December 3rd, as Mr. McGuire is starting to pull together an executive summary for use in a report to council, did you have knowledge and understanding about the contents of the lighting report?
Not really. I wasn't involved in or saw anything really related to the lighting till later on. I didn't get my first draft of the report to council from Gord till January sometime. I don't really recall seeing the lighting report or reviewing it.
Registrar, could you pull up the next page, please? The lighting report includes at the top of page 175, this is just the brief summary of the collision analysis, which shows that there is not a disproportionate number of collisions during dark hours, but there is a continued high proportion of collisions occurring on wet roads. And that is very similar to what you learn in the RSA. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. McGuire about the two different studies in which you were receiving collision information from SEMA?
I don't recall having any sort of in-depth or even high-level discussion with Gord about the lighting study.
I understand. I wasn't asking about the lighting study. I was asking about the collision review within the lighting study and whether you had discussions about, he's received the collision analysis. Really, it's very similar to yours, the one that you receive in the RSA. Did you and Mr. McGuire have discussions about the disproportionate number of wet road collisions that SEMA had identified in both of these reports?
I remember having a discussion at our Parkway Management Committee meeting on the 10th about the SEMA report and the findings. I don't particularly remember any conversation about the lighting report.
The 10th of October or the 10th of December?
10th of December.
Mr. McGuire met with Berdina McNeil from the Legal Services Department in December, particularly on December 3rd, about whether the trade wind report would have to be disclosed in response to the FOI request that the city had received. By early December, you are aware that there is an FOI request that is likely to lead to the public disclosure of the trade wind report, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of the FOI, yeah.
Did Mr. McGuire update you on whether legal was of the view that the trade wind report would in fact have to be disclosed publicly through the FOI in early December?
I don't remember having any conversations with Mr. McGuire about his involvement with legal. First, I start to get involved or get a better awareness of this whole package coming together and the issues related to the audit and the FOI and those kind of concerns is when we start having the conversations. I want to say December 10th, and then the meeting with Mike Segarra further after that.
Registrar, could you go to OD9A, page 191, please? This email starts on the preceding page, but you'll see that it is an email from Mr. Pellegrini at the top of this page, in which he says, in order to understand the analysis and recommendations made by Golder Associates, audit needs an unredacted version of the report. So the reference there is to the Golder report that has been provided from Mr. McGuire's office to audit in a redacted, with redactions around friction testing. Did Mr. McGuire advise you that the auditor had an unredacted copy of the Golder report and the Tradewind report as of December 4?
I don't recall a conversation.
Mr. McGuire was quite anxious about this. The auditor had come and taken the report, which Mr. McGuire thought was contrary to an agreement that they had made. Do you remember having any discussions about that in early December of 2018?
I recall finding out that that had occurred where the auditor had come in and taken the report. When I actually found that out, I can't recall. I really wasn't involved in the audit whatsoever at this point. But I remember hearing about that, the fact that Mr. Pellegrini had come in and taken the report.
Thank you. So, Mr. Soldo, I asked, did Mr. McGuire advise you that the auditor had an unredacted copy? And you said, I don't recall a conversation. And then I asked you a more detailed question, and you said, I recall finding out that the auditor had come in to take a report. Did you find that out from Mr. McGuire?
I don't remember who I found that out from.
Did you hear it from Mr. McKinnon?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Mr. Pellegrini?
It's going to be the same answer.
You said you can't remember hearing about, you remember hearing about the fact that this happened. What was the context in which you heard about that?
Again, I don't have a recollection of what meeting that was or who said it. I just remember hearing it.
Registrar, could you close this and go to, or just go to page 196 and 197, please? You'll see at the bottom of 196 on December 4, you emailed Mr. McGuire under the subject line RHVP and said, I need to talk to you about repaving. You were on Wednesday, and Mr. McGuire said, not supposed to be here now, tomorrow, Thursday, call my cell and we can review. Do you remember the content or why you were asking Mr. McGuire for this conversation?
I'd say at the time there was the report said, the first report had come in from SEMA, and there was this ongoing discussion back and forth about what improvements were going to come out of the SEMA report, and how they would be implemented as part of the repaving. And unfortunately, conversation was also centered around about, well, how we're going to pay for this work. And you may recall I indicated earlier where if the division that I was looking after was coming forward with improvements, we had to come up with a funding source for them as well. And I personally I had an issue with the fact that people had to come forward with money. I always felt that the project had to be all encompassing and covered off. So at that time, I know I was getting some pushback from, because in behind the scenes here, I have my staff, Mr. Martin and Martin White and Mr. White, sorry, Mr. Ferguson, others starting to pull together their scoping and their documentation and getting pushback that they had to come up with funding sources for these. So I believe that was what I was referring to there, but not 100% certain. But that's the kind of dialogue that was occurring at the time about who pays for the improvements moving forward.
Thank you. So did you call him on his cell on that day?
I don't remember.
Looking to the next paragraph, 450, you emailed Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon a claim that was made against the city resulting from the asphalt spill collision that we talked about last time. And there's an email from Adamson Claims that references a number of articles written about the slippery conditions on the Red Hill and that there is a resurfacing project planned. And then it says, please provide us with the engineering reports with respect to the friction tests and the city's justification for resurfacing. And you forward that, and Mr. McGuire forwarded that to Ms. McNeil. So just stopping there, this letter comes in and you email it. What do you understand to be the division who is going to be responsible for responding to it?
So when I read that, this, first of all, it's also to make sure everyone's aware of that this claim is out there. It was sent to myself, but I want to make sure that Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon are aware of it. There is that sensitivity now. There's freedom of information request. There's all sorts of things that are going on, and I'm not necessarily involved in a lot of the work that Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon are undertaking at this point. So I'm trying to make sure that they're well aware of this. This is occurring. And then when I read the bottom, can you please provide us the engineering reports with respect to friction, justification of resurfacing? That isn't my division. That is work that would be underneath the purview of engineering. So I'm sending it over to them, to the board.
Registrar, could you go to page 201, please? So you see at the top, you forwarded to Mr. McGuire and Mr. Ferguson a draft staff report on the speed limit study. Were you the primary drafter of this draft staff report?
No, it would have been done by staff. I would have reviewed it.
This is the one where you're changing the, you're not following the recommendation from SEMA. And I believe that Mr. Cooper had initially prepared a draft. And so perhaps I'll be more specific. From the draft prepared by Mr. Cooper, which did accept SEMA's recommendations. Were you the primary, or were you the person who revised that to change the approach by staff?
I would believe so. There may have been some involvement of Mr. Ferguson as well, but I can't recall.
Thank you. So you say we'll be holding on this report until February, as it should be incorporated into the overall RH report, and in fact wasn't eventually incorporated. At this time in December, did you understand that this was going to be part of one larger report?
That was my understanding at the time, that we were going forward with one overall report. It hadn't been drafted yet, it's December the 5th. But I wanted to send it to Mr. McGuire just so he was aware of, what some of the contents are. He was the one that was holding the pen on preparing the initial draft.
You say hold off on this report until February. Was there another earlier Public Works Committee meeting where you intended initially to provide this report?
I think the intention always was that we were trying to get all of the reports to the January cycle of meetings. There was lighting, there was the SEMA report, there was the other aspects as well that were all to be considered as one report. At this point, at December 5th, it's too late. We're missing the cycles for that. The report hasn't been written. Eventually, like you indicated earlier, there's one report that's written, 18008A, I think it is, and but there's also some standalone reports. It got to the point where merging all of these together was very complicated, given the contents of the various topics.
So you'll see in the next paragraph that Mr. McGuire responded and said there is a meeting tomorrow with the city manager. Legal and risk will advise of next steps. What did you understand Mr. McGuire's reference to be about next steps?
I think this is kind of where I start to get aware that we're shifting from, at this point I was dealing with the aspects underneath the TOM division. Really wasn't involved much with legal or risk. That's really something that Mr. McGuire was dealing with. And when I get this email back, I start to see that there's a bigger picture and more discussions occurring that that I'm not privy to, of what's actually going on and how this is going to be presented to council.
Registrar, could you go to page 210, please? Could you also call up 209, please? On December 7th, SEMA and the city held a progress meeting on the roadside safety assessment. You're not listed as an attendee. Did you attend that progress meeting?
No, I was on vacation that day.
You'll see on in paragraph 492 on page 210 that in the presentation slides, there's references to the key findings that are set out here. And then it says findings suggest that adequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. And this language was in the draft RSA as well. Had your staff identified any collision hotspots where there were a higher proportion of wet surface collisions?
I recall Mr. Ferguson had created a graph, like a map of the entire city with hotspots, for overall collisions. If you're referring to wet weather collisions, I don't recall, but I remember seeing it through the Vision Zero action plan that he had created some mapping which identified higher locations with higher collisions of being identified throughout the city.
Thank you. So earlier you mentioned a meeting on, I think you said December 10. Are you referring to the meeting that happens with Mr. Zagaric on December 14, or a different meeting?
No, December 10th, I think it's 1 o'clock. It's a meeting of the pavement, sorry, of the Parkway Management Committee. Pat Leishman, myself, Dan Gord, and David Ferguson attended. It's one of the continuations of the meetings that we had. Reason I recall it because I, gone and looked at the minutes of that meeting, and it was quite the wide-ranging meeting. Talked about all various different topics related to the parkways.
Thank you. Just give me a moment to pull up that document. I can't locate it, but I will turn back to it in just a moment. Registrar, can you go to 9A, page 223, please? You'll see at 528, Mr. Zagaric is exchanging emails with Mr. Brown. In the context of the lines of inquiry that Audit Services has prepared, and Mr. Brown and Mr. Pellegrini's request to meet with Mr. McGuire to discuss them. And Mr. Zagaric replies saying, Charles, that's Mr. Brown, as Dan is Gord's direct supervisor, have you raised this with him? I've asked Dan, Gord and Edward to undertake an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations on the RHP and possible next steps to secure public safety prior to briefing the mayor and council. Do you recall Mr. Zagaric, and this is December 10th, asking you to undertake an immediate external independent assessment?
Mr. Zagaric didn't talk to me, no.
Did Mr. McKinnon convey to you that Mr. Zagaric had asked for an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations?
I don't have any recollection of this statement here being conveyed to myself. At the time, we already were having SEMA undertake the work, so this may be a misinterpretation by someone of the work that we were doing.
What do you recall that you mentioned, as I said a few times, the December 10th meeting? It was wide ranging. What do you recall in particular about the December 10th meeting as it related to the trade wind report, if any?
Well, I've looked at the minutes in preparing for this meeting here. They're actually quite detailed minutes because we had Mrs. Leishman there, and she wrote quite detailed action items. So with the not in particular order, but we went through the terms of reference for the group. We went through the OBL list. We talked about the report that Gord was putting together. what should be part of that report. So through the course of discussion for that report, I am pretty sure we talked about the trade report and what aspects would go into that report, which eventually becomes PW 18008A. It speaks about lighting, it speaks about speeds. We talk about SEMA and sort of the outcomes of the work that they're doing. And we also talk about the timing of the Parkway reconstruction and those sort of aspects. And as well, I think at the end of the meeting, based on the minutes, we also talk about the value for money audit as well at that meeting. So quite wide ranging through the course of talking about what should go into the report that the board is putting together. I am pretty confident that we would have talked about trade wind and how we were going to convey that information within the report the board was preparing.
Thank you. And Ms. Leishman was the one who did the minutes for that meeting?
Yes.
And she would have been detailed, and if you had said the word trade wind, she would have included that?
Not necessarily. There were action items.
Okay. Registrar, can you confirm if you have document HAM 53960, please?
Hi, Council. Sorry, no, I don't.
Thank you. We this is a document that hasn't been referenced or relied on to date by the city in respect of this examination. So we'll forward you a copy, and we'll come back to this, Mr. Soldo.
Okay, great. Thank you. Also, I received 2 other documents that I've yet to put in because it's pretty much impossible when I'm screen sharing at the same time. So over the break, I can get everything in.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Registrar, could you go to page 213, please? And can you call out 497, please? On December 7th, Ms. Audie emailed David Bogosian, an external lawyer, and set out 3 areas that she was seeking Mr. Bogosian's advice on. One was a general risk liability assessment, including any thoughts on the FOI request. And of course, that's the reference to the paragraph above, which is a reference to a recent FOI request. This is after a phone call, so there's not a huge amount of detail in this email. The second is how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June 2019. And then the third is media and council information. Were you aware on or before December 7th that Ms. Audie intended to retain an external legal counsel to provide any kind of advice in respect of the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
Registrar, could you close this down? Can you go to the next page, please? And can you call out 498 and 99, please? Thank you. Ms. McNeil emailed Mr. McGuire on the same day and asked for something that explains the current scope of work that SEMA is undertaking, for which we are going to be adding / updating them on the trade wind friction testing results. I need to reference it in the retainer letter. And then Mr. McGuire forwarded her email to you and replied, I'm reaching out to Edward Soldo if roads and traffic have retained, as they have retained SEMA. So from this email exchange, you understood that legal was considering updating, adding to SEMA's retainer a reference to trade wind friction test results.
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Of course, it was actually poorly asked. Let me try to rephrase. From this email that Mr. McGuire sent you from Ms. McNeil, you understood that legal intended to update SEMA on the trade wind friction testing results.
Just reading through this here. So,
Sure.
yeah, I mean, Ms. McNeil, I wasn't really involved in any discussions with her, but when I look at the wording here, not sure that I picked up on the fact that they were going to be hiring them to do that. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking at the time based on this.
Okay, so you're asked to explain the current scope of work
Yeah.
and to provide that to Ms. McNeil, and you don't either read the email closely or ask for confirmation about why legal is contacting SEMA or why they need this information?
I would have provided the scope of what SEMA, or I would have asked my staff to provide the scope back to legal of what SEMA was undertaking for us at the time.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you didn't look at the underlying email or be curious about why Ms. McNeil was asking you for this information?
Of course, I would be curious, but I haven't been involved in the discussions. And if legal is going to be hiring SEMA to undertake some work on their behalf, that's their prerogative. But again, I'm trying to understand what is your question?
Well, my first question was, you understood from reading this email from Ms. McNeil that legal was going to update SEMA about the trade wind friction testing results. And your response was, I'm not sure I picked up on that. And then my question was, weren't you curious? I think you went and read that, didn't you? So that was the back and forth that we've just had. So maybe I'll just re-ask my first question. You understood from reading this email from Ms. McNeil that legal intended to update SEMA on the trade wind friction testing results. Is that right?
And counsel, pardon my interruption, but I think Mr. Sloto is a little confused about this email, and I wonder if it may be easier if we can put up the actual email chain itself, just to show when he received it and when it was forwarded to him, just for his own reference. I think that might aid in clarity for this question.
Sure.
Thank you.
It is HAM 62007. And it might also be easy to bring it, I think 62006. So the right-hand side, Mr. Soldo, is probably more useful to you.
They look exactly the same to me.
That's fair. The one on the left-hand side is the back and forth between Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil, and the one on the right-hand side, same starting email, but the email is from Gord to you.
Yeah, so Gord's asked me, can you help out with the scope? So, you know, again, I'm trying to understand what is your question here?
My question is, having received this email from Mr. McGuire, you understood that legal was going or intended to update or add SEMA on, I'm just using adding and updating, that's the word in Ms. McNeil's email, on the trade wind friction testing results. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And that's what you understood?
You're asking me what my thought process was 4 years ago. I don't recall my thought process. You know, at this particular moment, I read that email. I'm reading the email. I've been asked to provide scope. On the bottom, yes, they're up. They're getting SEMA to undertake some additional work.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you close this down and go to OD9A, page 229, please? And can you pull out 549, please? Thank you. So on December 11 and 12, you exchanged emails with Ms. Audie. And she says, try calling you back. Was the contact Brian Malone? You say, yes, he's expecting your call. And you say, do you have any time later to speak on this? And you say, I'm in meetings most of the day. And she says, okay, I will send you an email about what I'm looking for. And then subsequently, Mr. Bogosian reaches out to Mr. Malone. Were you asked by Ms. Audie to reach out to Mr. Malone to let them know that someone from legal was going to be contacting him?
I don't recall. I would assume so by reading this email that you know, I reached out to him. He's expecting your call, but I don't recall having that conversation with him.
What did Ms. Audie tell you about why legal wanted to reach out to Mr. Malone?
I don't believe I ever reconnected with Mrs. Audie on this.
You don't believe that you connected with her at all in respect of a potential retainer by SEMA, pardon me, of SEMA by legal services?
I don't recall having a conversation with him.
Prior to January 30th, when you attended a call with Mr. Malone, what did you understand SEMA's role to be, if any, in respect of an assessment of the trade wind report through December 11th to January 30th?
You know, in some of the meetings that we would start to have with Nicole, there's discussion about, you know, what questions we should be asking SEMA in terms of the trade wind report. And, you know, do I have a good understanding of what the retainer is about? I don't actually. That's kind of work that herself and others were working on, but I don't recall having any, you know, in-depth discussion of what they were hiring SEMA to do. You know, general level, they were probably reaching out to them for some sort of advice, but I don't recall having any, you know, in-depth discussion of what they were hiring SEMA to do. You know, general level, they were probably reaching out to them for some sort of advice, but I don't recall having any, you know, in-depth discussion of what they were hiring SEMA to do. I don't have a recollection of having a conversation where we get into specifics of what that retainer is about.
Thank you. So is that to say at no time in December or January up to January 30th, you understood exactly what or if SEMA was doing anything in respect to the trade-in report?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. So at no time in December or in January up to January 30th, did you understand exactly what SEMA was doing in respect of the trade-in report?
I had a general understanding that legal was reaching out to SEMA. What that retainer was, I don't have specifics.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 220, please?
Council, again, pardon the interruption, but if you're moving on to another topic, might I ask for an earlier break today, just in light of the fact that Mr. Soldo is feeling unwell, and I think maybe more and shorter breaks over the course of the day would be helpful if it can be accommodated.
I'm certainly content to do that. I leave it with the commissioner.
Oh, that's fine. I appreciate Mr. Soldo. He's not feeling well. How about if we take a 10-minute break here, and then we'll return at 22. We'll return at 11:15, and we'll have a 10-minute break between that time and lunch at a suitable time. I'll leave that to Commission Council to make that determination.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. That's much appreciated.
Okay, so let's stand adjourned until 11:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Or I had already muted. Please do so.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 53960, please? Could you make that a little bit bigger? Just the content on the the right side of the document. That's not much larger. Thank you. That's better. You don't need to call it out. Mr. Soldo, this is the minutes that you were referring to earlier.
That's correct.
And you'll see that Mr. Ferguson, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon are there, along with Ms. Leishman. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. Mr. White and Ms. Morello send their regrets. And this is, as you say, quite a comprehensive document. Registrar, could you go down so that the table that starts with group name is at the top? So you'll see there's a reference to the reports that are going to be included, the resurfacing. Thank you. And you can scroll down, Registrar. The finalization of the RSA. You can scroll down, Registrar. And then over to the next page. Reference to the widening or restripping of the link and the value for money. And you said earlier that you thought that the Tradewin report was discussed at this meeting. Is that right?
It's kind of hard not to talk about the Tradewin report when you're discussing the report back to council.
I don't think that was an answer. I just want to confirm your evidence. It's your evidence that the Tradewin report was discussed at this meeting?
I'm pretty sure we talked about the Tradewin report.
Okay. I think Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson's evidence is that they didn't have knowledge of the Tradewin report until January at the earliest, perhaps February. Your evidence is that at least Mr. Ferguson is listed as being at this meeting. So your evidence is that he was part of those discussions.
I believe last time I provided that same testimony that I talked to both of them about the report.
Okay. Ms. Leishman's role in the Parkway Coordination Committee that is kicked off at this meeting, is it primarily minute taking and meeting organization, or does she have another role?
This is not the first meeting of the group. It's probably the second or third. May have even started before I got to the city. She's the manager at that time. Just trying to draw my memory here. I believe she's the manager of, I'm going to get it wrong.
We can go up to the top. It's referenced in that on the first page.
Yeah, and so her role was to kind of be an independent coordinator of things and represent the general manager's office there. So there you go. She's the manager of strategy, continuous improvement, and quality. So one of the purposes of this group really was to provide for greater coordination of all things related to the parkways themselves. And she's there representing the general manager's office because they are responsible for quality management, strategic initiatives and those sort of things. So she's not there to take minutes. Normally, Rafaela would be there to take minutes. She was not in attendance that day.
Thank you. Commissioners, before I move on, I see that Ms. Contractor joined us at the break and that she's gone off camera, which is entirely fine if she's not on camera. I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't lost her from the Zoom room.
My apologies, that was done inadvertently. Thank you for pointing that out.
No problem at all. All right, Registrar, could you mark this as the next exhibit, which I think is exhibit 206?
Alrighty, Council, thank you.
Thank you. Before the break, we were talking about the retainer of SEMA. And before that, I brought you to an email between Ms. Audie and Mr. Bogosian. Did you ever see a copy? Oh, Registrar, you can take this down. A copy of a legal opinion prepared by Mr. Bogosian?
In what context? Like,
In any context, did you ever see a legal opinion prepared by him? Or perhaps maybe I'll ask a question differently. Did you otherwise know Mr. Bogosian?
no, I have no idea who he was.
Did you ever see a written legal opinion from Mr. Bogosian?
In what time frame?
Between December 13th and February 6th.
I don't recall.
Registrar, could you go to HAM 62512, please? This is a draft that Mr. Bogosian prepared. It's dated December 13. There is a final draft in February. I'm happy to go through it, but just wanted to provide it to you to see if perhaps reviewing even just the law firm logo, or I can take you through it if that would assist in refreshing your memory about whether you saw it or not.
Do you have any emails where it's sent to me or forwarded to myself?
I don't believe that I do, but that doesn't mean that it didn't get to you. Could have been printed and provided to you.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I was really not involved in a lot of the sort of legal risk management initiatives at this time. If legal was and Miss Audie was I and Mr. Bogosian, I don't recall being part of that dialogue and or discussions on it. So.
Thank you. So you can't see either way. You can't say either way that whether you reviewed a copy of legal opinion from him, but I understand your evidence more generally. Is that right?
I don't remember reviewing the legal opinion. Wouldn't necessarily be something that would have been sent to staff. It's a legal opinion between two lawyers.
Thank you. In fact, do you think that you would remember it if you had reviewed it?
If I reviewed it, would I remember? I would say most likely, but so that's really I can't recall having seen this.
Fair enough, but I imagine you don't review a ton of legal opinions.
No.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to image 7, please? And can you bring up 12 as well? Pardon me, 8 as well. Thank you. There's a reference to telephone conversation that Mr. Bogosian had with Mr. Malone. You're not part of that telephone conversation, but it's summarized here. In December, did anyone at the city advise you that Mr. Bogosian had spoken to Mr. Malone?
Well, I mean, just he showed me the emails from 2 minutes ago where I've arranged for this call to actually happen. I've reached out to him, and Miss Audie is going to call Mr. Malone there. In terms of the Bogosian talking to Malone, I don't recall having any knowledge that was occurring.
Okay. Ms. Audie does receive a copy of this letter, and I know she attends many meetings with you and others on the Red Hill. Did she convey to you the information that's contained in the third paragraph of page 8? Registrar, perhaps you can pull that out when asked to rank.
I don't recall this being conveyed to myself now.
You don't recall Ms. Audie telling you that Mr. Malone viewed the inordinate wet road crashes to be contributed to first by the slipperiness of the road surface, second by speed, then by curves, and then by the close proximity to on-off ramps?
I don't recall her mentioning that to myself. I know when I was preparing for this and I saw this information, I do recall my reaction was a bit of surprise. So based on that, I would say I had not seen that before.
What about it was surprising to you when you did review it?
What's different than what's in his report?
In terms of the nature of the ranking, in terms of what's included, what in your view is different?
That there's a ranking at all.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this down? Can you go to HAM 55560 at image 8, please? You can close down the left-hand side. And if you can go to image 8 of that, and if you can call out the top quarter, please. Thank you. So the very first note here, Mr. Soldo, I hope you can read it, it's very small, is Soldo reaches out to second safety consultant for independent review of the work/issues just to see if available. Audie said not required to do this. Intest Road Safety Engineering, and the date of this note is December 13th, 2018. And just for reference, this is a chronology that is prepared by city staff. Do you recall reaching out to Intus? You do? Registrar, you could close this down. And can you call out HAM 64397 and HAM 64396? So it looks like from the right-hand side that Jerry Forbes from Intus called on December 12th. Were you reaching out to him and he was returning your call?
I believe so.
Okay, Registrar, you can close down the right-hand side. And if you can call out the email and the subject, the email body at the top, just to make it a little bit bigger. Basically all the content on this page. That's perfect, thank you. Did you know Mr. Forbes from Intus before reaching out to him in 2018?
I did, I've known him for quite some time.
Why did you reach out to him about a potential assignment?
At this point, we're starting to get into risk management, obviously some legal issues. It's never a bad thing to get potentially a second opinion, but it's a very small field in terms of who does this kind of work. So wanted to see if there was, Jerry's availability in case we decided to get a second opinion on something.
Okay, and what in particular were you seeking a second opinion about?
We've used Jerry in the past to do similar roadside safety audits, on different roadways, or at least I have on one. And at this point we've had SEMA doing work in 2013, 2015. We're here in 2018, or hearing about to be early 2019. And they've kind of carried the ball along the entire time, done a great job. But, potentially might be good to have someone peer review the SEMA roadside safety assessment.
Okay, so particularly peer reviewing the roadside safety assessment, not going back and looking at the 2015 and 2013 reports?
No, it would be the work that's coming back in.
Did you anticipate that Mr. Forbes would also review the Tradewind report as part of the assignment to peer review the RSA?
I wasn't considering that.
Is that to say you were not intending to do that?
My focus was on the roadside safety assessment.
Okay, and what aspect of the roadside safety assessment did you want peer reviewed?
Well, peer reviews on the whole report. So
I understand, but was there something in particular? Was it the way that they approached the signage? Was it their recommendations? Was it their collision analysis that you wanted to have redone? Or was it all of that?
I'd say it'd be all of that. Would Jerry come up with different, would Mr. Forbes come up with different, what I would say, recommendations in terms of mitigation or any other enhancements that he would feel might be, good in terms of implementing on the RHP. Many different countermeasures you can apply. And, at this point, we've gone through a number of countermeasures in various reports. And, looking to have Jerry provide a different perspective and maybe a different approach it from a different lens.
Why did you want a different perspective, given how recently SEMA had been retained to complete the RSA?
Well, at this point, I was only seeing, potentially if who was available. And at that point, I don't think a determination that we're going to do this or not. It's just a consideration.
Okay, so my question was, why did you want a different perspective given how recently SEMA had been retained?
Oh, road safety, different professionals look at road safety in different manners.
Yeah, but why?
See if there's anything else that could, they would come up with. It's always good to, do a review and see if there's anything missed or if there's other enhancements. Different people may have different perspectives on enhancements to be applied.
I certainly understand the potential benefit for a second set of eyes. We're in December, and I think you want to be tendering for this resurfacing pretty shortly. And SEMA had quite a quick turnaround. So can you provide anything else about why at this point in December you sought a different perspective?
Not much more than I can add, but I think that was actually one of the reasons where we didn't go with Jerry's, because at this point he would have to get up to speed and the timelines were pretty tight, as you mentioned. So, okay.
So the potential assignment that you reached out to Mr. Forbes about did not proceed?
No, I did not.
Registrar, could you close this down? And could you go to OD 9A, page 243, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Before I move on, those two documents that I just mentioned both need to be marked as exhibits. It's HAM 64396 and HAM 64397. And if those could be marked the next two exhibits, which I think are 207 and 208.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up 242 as well, please? That's 244, 242, and 243, please. Thank you. You'll see at the bottom of 242, there is an undated note from Mr. Sabot that includes a number of initials, including ES, which I think is you. And I believe that these notes reference the meeting that you had with Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McGuire, Mr. McKinnon, and Ms. Audie on December 14th. Do you remember that meeting with Mr. Zagaric?
I do. I think it's kind of the first time that this, group got together.
Registrar, could you call out the top of 243? Thank you. So there's a reference to the Golder 2017 testing. Are you aware, at least at a high level, that Golder is completing some material or had completed some materials testing that Mr. McGuire is working to finalize?
Yeah, I was aware that Mr. McGuire had hired him to do them to do that work. Again, I'm not involved in the study, but at a high level, I know that they're undertaking that work.
Thank you. So recognizing you're not involved, did you understand that Mr. McGuire had hired Golder initially to do this materials assessment?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my understanding at that time was. Did Mr. McGuire hire them? Someone else hire them? I can't say for sure.
Okay, they were hired before Mr. McGuire took on as the role as Director of Engineering Services, and you had said you thought that he was hired, but I just want to confirm you don't have any knowledge either way about how that initial assignment came to be.
No, I don't.
Okay. You'll see at the bottom, actually, you see just looking at this, it looks like this is the beginning of trying to identify the strategy of how to deal with the Trademan report and all of the other safety work that has been done on the Parkway in order to get to council. Is that at the highest level the purpose of this meeting on December 14th?
I think a lot of this, a lot of the things that we talk about here also we're talking about, I said earlier, on the Monday of that week as well. So I kind of see this as a carryover. First time I've really been involved with legal in the room and risk management. So, it's taken on a different perspective.
Sure, and the city manager's there. So also that's an escalation. Did you view it in that way?
I did.
Registrar, could you close this down? And can you go to pages 255 and 254 and 255, please? So on 245, these are Ms. Audie's notes. They start on the next page of that same meeting. Registrar, can you now close 254 and bring up 255 and 256? Thanks. And can you call out the content on 255 just to make it a little bit bigger? I don't know if it's my tired eyes or if this is a little bit sort of blurry and very hard to read. Can you see that and read it, Mr. Soldo?
Not really.
Thank you for your honesty. I also saw you muted for a minute. Are you all right?
Oh,
okay. All right. Registrar, can you try bringing up just the first half of this page, please? Thank you. I'm actually rubbing out my eyes just to see if it's me. It does look like it's a little off today. Can you read it now, Mr. Soldo?
A little bit better. Thank you.
Good. Okay. So you'll see there's some reference to Mr. Bogosian. So by that point, you knew Mr. Bogosian's name and that he was an externally retained lawyer. Is that right?
Yeah. At this point, I'm aware that they have something going on.
Okay. And I asked you this before, but just now that you're seeing the notes of this call, I asked you before about what you knew about Mr. Bogosian's retainer or what his work was. And there's a reference there in the first 4 lines. Does that refresh your memory about what you knew about what Mr. Bogosian was doing for the city?
And whose notes are these?
These are Ms. Audie's.
Sorry, what was your question?
My question was looking at the first 4 lines. Bogosian would recommendations change with Golder friction testing. Bogosian SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. So I don't know if that refreshes your memory about what you knew, if anything, about what Mr. Bogosian was doing in his work for the city.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here. I have a general awareness of what he's working on, but are you asking, do I know specifically what he's working on?
Did you know specifically that he was reaching out to SEMA or getting information from SEMA?
I don't recall having a conversation about this.
Okay. And as I do, does that mean that you're confident that you did not have that conversation and didn't know that, or you just don't recall either way?
I don't recall. If that was the discussion at the meeting, I don't have that in my recollection.
That sounds like you're confident that you don't remember that, learning that at this meeting. Is that right?
I'm not sure how to answer your question, because you asked me when did I learn about something. Well, I don't remember exact timeframes and what I knew at exactly this time in terms of this meeting at this point. So I don't recall.
Maybe I was imprecise with my question. My question was, did you know that Mr. Bogosian was reaching out to SEMA to get information from SEMA at this meeting?
I don't recall.
Okay. There's a reference to ES, which I think is you, and it says enforcement, speed, curves, cat's eyes, friction. Are you explaining in this meeting what the city has done to date to implement SEMA's past recommendations?
Well, if I was to guess, looking at these minutes here and speculate, which I don't like to do, it says review PW 18008. That is the old report that was to the council prior to me coming. And there's a chart in the back which says what things that, enhancements or initiatives the city had undertaken. And why I say that is because when it talks about curve cat eyes, that was all done before I actually came on board. So I'm assuming that someone's going through that chart and saying what's been done in the past. I don't have a specific recollection, but that would be an assumption on my part just based on what I see in these notes.
Okay. It also says in reference to that 18008 report, complete friction testing. By this point, had you come to understand that the appendix in that report contained a reference to SEMA's recommendation to complete friction testing, that it had been done? Sorry, that was a very poorly asked question. Did you need me to repeat that?
I believe that table that was presented to council said that friction testing was completed.
Yes, it did. And were you aware at this meeting, by this time of this meeting, of that fact?
Well, I would have read the appendix and would have saw that it indicated that it was complete.
Did you know whether there had been any friction testing done to check that box apart from the trade wind testing in 2014?
No, I don't believe so. I recall having a conversation, and there's some emails related to that later on here where I asked Steve, well, how'd you guys know that it was done? And I believe because they were told it was done.
Thank you. Yeah, those are in mid-January. Is that the
Yeah.
emails with Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson that you're talking about?
I believe so.
Registrar, could you close this down and pull out the second half of this page, please? From Gord, can't do anything to surface. Thank you. So Gord, who I think is Mr. McGuire, is referenced as saying can't do anything to the surface. Do you recall any conclusions at this meeting that there was nothing that could be done to the surface to improve friction prior to repaving?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was just reading the.
Of course. So at the top, do you recall any conclusions at this meeting that there was nothing that could be done to the surface to improve friction prior to repaving?
I don't know if it was this meeting or some other meeting that there was a very high level preliminary discussion about is there anything needs to be done in between, and my recollection was we're in the middle of winter at this point, and it really was no need to do anything in between, and that we were resurfacing. So I'm not exactly sure what the notes here mean. Can't do anything to the surface.
Okay. So recognizing you remember that at some meeting there was a discussion about whether anything needs to be done. Do you mean anything to the surface?
Yes.
Okay. And apart from that one time that high level discussion happened, do you remember any return to that discussion about whether anything could or should be done to the surface pending repaving? Or was it just a one-time discussion that you were involved in?
I don't recall. Just trying to think. It's not something that we had a discussion about it. I want to say it's at the Parkway Management Committee or something like that. If it got brought up at this meeting, Gord would have spoke to it, but I don't have like a very vivid recollection of what we actually talked about.
Okay, so my question was, you recall one meeting in which whether anything could be done to the surface was discussed. Are you confident that you had one discussion about that and no further discussions, or do you think that was a topic that came up again?
I'm not confident either way. I mean, did it come up in another meeting? Possibly, but I just don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? The call out. At this meeting, did you understand that engagement with SEMA relating to the trade wind report would go through legal?
Yes, I think after, based on the interactions I've had up to this point, legal was going to be undertaking their own sort of work with SEMA and or wherever else they needed to, I guess.
Okay, so you're of course having to deal with Mr. Malone to finalize the RSA, likely ask questions about speed study. There are sort of continuing involvement that you have with Mr. Malone. But on the trade wind report in particular, did you understand that you should not be dealing directly with SEMA about issues around the trade wind report because legal was going to do that?
I'm not sure I would say that. No one said to me, don't deal with SEMA in the trade wind report. I'm going to deal with SEMA however I need to deal with the reports that I have. If legal is dealing with SEMA on separately, that's underneath their purview, but it wasn't a clear-cut line saying don't talk to them or anything like that.
Okay. And in respect of the reports that you did have with SEMA, did you feel any need to raise the trade wind report with Mr. Malone after that conversation you had on November 30th?
No, I think at this point, if legal's dealing with SEMA on various aspects. I was going to leave that with them.
Okay, so no one told you not to speak to SEMA, but you were going to leave it with legal to deal with SEMA. Is that fair?
No need to duplicate effort.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to page 261, please? And can you call out 614 and 615? Thank you. So these are references to invitations with the mayor for a discussion with the attendees that are set out in 614. Was part of the purpose of the meeting on December 14th with Mr. Zagaric to prepare how the city staff were going to explain the trade wind issue to the mayor?
I'm not sure I would characterize it as that, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would characterize it as that, but that there was some discussion about going to the mayor and bringing him up to speed.
Okay. What issue do you have with my characterization?
Well, the meeting is really about, it's more of an all-encompassing meeting. It wasn't, just to, it wasn't just meant to come up with a approach or how we're going to deal with the meeting with the mayor. At least not to my knowledge.
Okay. So apart from that part of the meeting, on the 14th, what else was being discussed?
Well, I think you're talking about 14th with Mike Zagaric.
Yeah.
Right. So we just went through the minutes there and
yeah,
updates from Gord. There was 18008. We've gone through that.
I think perhaps you and I have miscommunicated. I had said was part of the meeting on the 14th to figure out an approach to the mayor. And I think your answer, the evidence I'm hearing from you, is that yes, part of that meeting was to discuss how to frame this for the mayor. Is that right?
There was definitely a discussion about what we are going to be presenting to the mayor. So maybe I did misinterpret your question. Sorry.
No, I don't think that you did. And then part of the meeting was actually to figure out what the general approach was, as well as that in terms of reporting to council and in terms of where people sat on their to-do lists in respect of the Red Hill. Is that a fair summary of the rest of the meeting?
Yeah, I think how we're going to approach council and bring what reports we're going to bring to council, that's been discussed, previously. But now this has taken on more of a broader lens where they're looking at it from the legal and risk management perspective as well. So I would agree that that meeting also starts to formulate the next steps in moving forward. Okay.
What was your role? Pardon me. What was your role at the meeting with the mayor on the 18th?
I don't think I said a word. Actually, I was there to provide any information if required related to the SEMA work.
And do you recall, was there any information that was required from you? Presumably not if you didn't speak.
I don't remember saying anything in the meeting itself. Most of the discussion there was led by Mr. Zagaric and Ms. Hadi, and with Mr. McKinnon providing some input. But I don't recall having the opportunity or the requirement to say anything that meeting.
Thank you, Registrar. Can you close this and go to 266, please? Could you bring up 265 as well? Mr. Swaldo, you said earlier that you had a high level awareness that Mr. McGuire was working with Golder to, in respect of a pavement evaluation project. And on December 18, Mr. McGuire provided to Mr. Sabot and Ms. Audie a copy of the first draft that Golder had prepared in respect of that project. And I don't believe that you're copied on this draft. Do you recall reviewing this draft? And Registrar, perhaps I'll actually pull out the full draft. It's can you go to 266 and 267? Just so that you can review it. Do you recall receiving a copy of this in December of 2018?
I don't recall receiving a copy. I don't know if you have any emails, but I would generally not get this kind of information from Gord. It's very technical and it's, you know, based on work that engineering is undertaking.
Okay, so Mr. McGuire worked with Golder over the course of December and January, actually February and into March, to finalize this report, which deals with a few different types of testing, including British pendulum testing. Did Mr. McGuire ever raise with you what British pendulum testing was, or that Golder had done it?
Again, going back to some of the meetings that we have, Gord would most likely have, he would have provided an update on various initiatives he's undertaken. He would provide an update on the work that he's undertaking with Golder, but I don't remember any specifics necessarily.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to 268, please? Can you pull up 269 as well, please? Thank you. Mr. Solar, you see at the bottom of 268 and up to 269 that Mr. Ferguson provided you 6 motor vehicle accident reports in response to requests that you made for them. And he identified these as all fatal accident reports on the Red Hill since 2007 when it opened. Why were you requesting copies of fatal accident reports on the Red Hill in December of 2018?
Yeah, so at this point, you know, we just met with the mayor on the 18th. And, you know, as I indicated earlier, my earlier testimony, you know, I came to Hamilton in July 31st of that year. Don't really have a good understanding of all the other, you know, history of the RHVP, what's been going on, and, you know, not really privy to various media reports, all that. And this is starting to, this whole issue is starting to, you know, be highlighted and take more, you know, precedence in everyone's schedule. And I kind of realized I really didn't have a good understanding at this point of the historical nature of some of the collisions that actually had occurred. You know, I can read the SEMA report and review, you know, the various characteristics, but the issue of the fatalities has been raised, you know, more than once. And you know, I realized I should probably spend a little more time to take a look at this, get a better understanding. So that's why I asked for those 6, he forwarded me those 6 reports. So I didn't know, you know, what the nature of those reports was. And I asked them from Mr. Ferguson so I could do a more in-depth review of them myself.
Thank you. Before seeking this request, did you know that there had been 6 fatalities on the Red Hill since 2007? Just not the details of them?
Well, the fatalities are identified in the various collision report and everything else. So, you know, they're there, but I didn't really know specifics of what occurred in each of those fatalities. Okay.
Registrar, could you go to OD9A, page 281 to 282? And actually, just before we get there, did you go in and look at the accident reports that Mr. McGuire sent you?
Mr. Ferguson sent me those.
Pardon me.
I did. I did take a look at them and see if there was anything, you know, that stood out to myself.
And did you find anything that stood out to you or that gave you some insight into these fatalities?
Say that each one of those fatalities was vastly different, the circumstances under which it occurred. You can look at all the various factors that come into play, and doing a scan of those fatalities, my conclusion there really was that they're all different.
Okay. We're now on January 7th. These 2 pages contain minutes prepared by Ms. Graham in respect of a meeting with Karen Gordon, who is an external communications person. Did you attend that meeting with Ms. Gordon?
The difficulty I'm having was at this meeting or not, I don't remember Mrs. Gordon leading her. So
She may have been by phone, just to interrupt.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps. If you're trying to get a image of a face in your mind, that might be the reason that you can't.
So I'm assuming if this meeting was in my calendar that I would have been there. I just don't recall dealing or interacting with Mrs. Gordon.
Okay. There's a reference on 282 where it says, Karen, come at it and confess it. Difficult to explain, more problematic for new counsel, greatest concern explaining a few first-time counselors. You can't know who the FOI came from. Cleaner part of the story, improvements to the road. I don't know if that helps, but I think, as I interpreted that is what it was Ms. Gordon's communications advice. Does that refresh your memory?
Not really. Yeah.
Okay, I tried. Registrar, can you close this down? Actually, can you go to 282 and 283, please? Thank you. And can you pull out the bottom quarter of this, the GIC and council on, yeah, down there exactly. And then the last line on 283. So these notes reference the goal of going to GIC on the 16th and going to plan B of going to council on the 23rd. What did you understand at this point? So we're in January 7th, just back from the new year. What did you understand about when the report or reports that you were working on would go to councillors?
So the original goal, I believe, was in January to go forward with those. And what was the date of this meeting again?
The 7th.
Of January. Right.
Yes.
So at that point, to meet a GIC of the 16th, that would have been quite difficult. I don't believe at this point Gord has even drafted a report yet to go to council. And this is where the separation of some of these reports starts, because at this point we're trying to finalize the report on the speed limit. We're trying to finalize the report on the collision report. We're still getting in the reports from SEMA. I'm not sure if at this point, January 16th, we have the final version on it. I could somewhere in this time frame. But that was the original goal, was to hit January 16th with the reports. If we went through that at this meeting, don't think it was feasible or plausible that we could actually hit that goal, because it's only 9 days away and the overall report still hasn't been written.
Okay. So why don't we just stop there and talk about what's on your plate in January? So you've done a draft of the speed study. We looked at that before,
Yeah.
the report, and Mr. Ferguson's done a draft of the annual collision report that ends up going. Is that right?
The original draft was way back in August. There was a considerable amount of work that had to get done with it. I'm not sure exactly what the status on the 7th would have been, but it would have been pretty close to getting done.
Okay. And then you have the joint report that you're doing with Mr. McGuire, and I hear from your evidence that Mr. McGuire had the pen for the first draft.
Yes, yeah, I think he sends me a first draft I want to say the 14th, 15th, somewhere there of January.
Yeah. Did you do any sort of pre-drafting of any sections of that and then give it to him, or did he take the first cut from a blank page, if you will?
I can't remember. I think I may have given him pieces to put in, but I can't recall exactly.
Okay. During this time, and we'll come to an email about this, but are you doing, or are you instructing your staff to do any work on collecting documents for the FOI?
Is there an email you confirm to? I can't remember.
There is. In fact, I was really just trying to itemize what you had going on in January, but I can get there in the chronology.
Well, at this time as well, I'm just about to pull the reorg my division, which was taking up a significant amount of time of my time.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 290, please? At the top of this page, you'll see that Mr. White sent you a series of emails related to the Red Hill starting on January 9th. And then January 9th and January 10th, he sent you some more emails. Do you recall if or why you started, maybe I should put that differently. Did you start requesting historical emails about the Red Hill and the link from Mr. White or other staff underneath you?
I think at this time, Jasmine, Mrs. Graham, and Mr. McGuire and I are starting to pull together kind of a historical, what happened when sort of timeline. And, as part of that, I really can't speak to what occurred prior to my coming. So to the city itself. So I think I would have asked Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson to give me some of the more historical context.
Registrar, could you close? Can you go to the next page, please? Can you go and bring up the next page as well, please? So at the bottom of this page, it's at 291. This is the same day, so this might be related, and if it is, you can certainly let me know. You to the question I was just asking you. You email Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson, and you say that you need some information on an urgent basis. And Registrar, could you pull? Actually, could you go to the underlying document? It's HAM 12046, please. And can you bring up the bottom half of this page, please? So just in terms of timing, this is fairly early in the morning, and Mr. White actually sends you those emails that he was flipping you that we were just looking at a little bit later in the morning. But you see, in the morning you email Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, and Mr.
Switenki.
Thank you. And you say, gents, working on something urgent and need some info. And then you say the chart that was in the report that outlined all the initiatives that we'd undertaken needs to be updated and sent to me in electronic form. I thought you'd done this already, but I can't seem to find it. Any costs of those items, pulling to get together this report today, so please make it a priority. And then you asked about how the guide rail markings were coming. Have we started? Are we finishing cost? So do you recall what you were working on January 9th, for which you were seeking an updated SEMA, an updated appendix like the appendix in PW 18008.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have been working on, is updating that appendix. So 18008 had an appendix. David actually updated on periodic basis throughout the course of the year. He actually sent me a very detailed email. Here's all the countermeasures that were identified in the report, and he had provided like photos of what had been achieved, what had been done. I just couldn't find that email, and so I was asking him to resend that to myself. That chart then would go eventually into the updated PW 18008A report.
Okay. So you say working on something urgent and need some info. This is January 9th of 2019. If you had told Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson about the Tradewind report and about the process to get it to council, why are you so oblique in what you're referencing here?
Why is it so bleak?
Yeah, working on something urgent and need some info.
Yeah, so let me decode working on something urgent for you. When I send that to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, you'll see that actually a number of emails if you go back. If I don't say it's urgent, it doesn't come to me in a very timely manner. So I tend to put that into emails to Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson. I'm working on something urgent, so that they understand that I'm looking for something in a fairly short time frame, first of all. So then to answer your question there, they're well aware of what we're working on in terms of that staff report. They've participated in those discussions previously. I've had Dave updating this chart in the past as well, as as I state here. So I was working on that report with Mr. McGuire. I wasn't necessarily asking Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White to put the pen to paper on this report.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down? And then could you go to page 302, please? Sorry, page 302 of OD9A. And can you pull out, can you call up 303 as well, please? Thank you. Can you call out 700 and 701, please? So the following week on January 14th, you email Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson and say, as you know, there are some issues relating to the RHVP reporting. I need written confirmation from both of you of the following: that the 2013 Tradewinds consulting report was never shared with you or any of your staff regarding the friction testing. And then you ask, how do we know the table that is the friction testing report was completed? So I think you referenced this earlier in your testimony today.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Ferguson responded, I've never seen the report. I had asked Gary previously, but never received a response. And then it was listed as complete, as Gary had verbally stated it on numerous, it was completed on numerous occasions. Registrar, you can close this down if you can call out 702, please. And Mr. White also confirms I have never seen the report. I did ask for it several times. Gary admitted it once, but he discounted the results. And then he references a meeting with Mr. Mader, Dan, Dave, and myself. I think that's Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. White. Something about it being an English test, and he declined to share the results. He also said the asphalt was filled with rubber from tires. So just closing that down. Thank you. Mr. Soldo, what is your evidence about whether Mr. White had seen a copy of the Tradewin report by January 14th? Or maybe I'll put it this way. Had you provided him a copy of the report?
No, I believe my previous evidence says that I did not provide him a copy, but we spoke about it.
Okay. And this email that you sent You say, I need written confirmation. You reference the Tradewind report by name. That certainly suggests to me that you didn't have to explain what the Tradewind report was, that by saying the 2013 Tradewind consulting report, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White already knew what that was by January 14th. Is that right?
Like I said before, we've talked about the trade report previously, so I didn't need to be specific in what I'm referring to here.
Okay. So you ask in your email, how do you know that the friction testing set out in the appendix that's listed as complete actually was completed? And Mr. Ferguson responds, it was listed as completed because Gary verbally stated that it was. And then Mr. White provides his context of this meeting. So that, to me, doesn't look like Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White are providing you with written confirmation of something they've already told you. Is that right? That they're providing new information to you here in these emails?
I understand your question here. So the question is, are they providing me with new information?
Yeah, the information that's referenced here was listed as complete because Gary said it had been complete. And then Mr. White's comments about the meeting and what Gary told him, was that information that they're providing to you for the first time on January 14th?
They've said to me somewhere along the lines before that, that Gary's told them in the past that the friction test was completed. I can't give you a timeline on when that was or anything like that, but this is not new information to me.
Okay. In the email that you send, you say, how did you know it was completed? That is the reference to the friction testing in Appendix A. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Ferguson responds, it was completed because Gary told me. Was that new information about why the Appendix A had been updated the way that it had?
I don't believe so. It's just confirmation. I think that if you ask me what exactly I knew at that time, I would say that this wasn't new information. They've stated that in the past. So just documenting what they stated, I guess.
So I understand you're asking for written confirmation of something that you already know in the first two paragraphs, but the third paragraph looks like you're actually asking a question that you don't know the answer to.
So what are you referring to in the third paragraph?
Sure. Oh, sorry. It's 700. It's the first email that I took you to. Registrar, could you call it paragraph 700?
So I would say to you that I'm looking for confirmation there on how they knew. I wouldn't say that's new information.
On the third sentence and your question, the third sentence, that you're asking for written confirmation of something you already knew.
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you close this? Commissioner, it is 10 to 12, and we're on a accelerated break schedule, and I think this might be an appropriate time to take a break.
Okay, let's take a break for 10 minutes, and we'll return at noon.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 294, please? And can you call out 682? This is an email from Mr. McKinnon to you and to Mr. McGuire about accelerating your report, I think the joint report. And he says legal is struggling with a reason for going in camera in the absence of some other report. I need to get a sense of what's the absolute soonest we could bring it. Do you recall having any conversations with Mr. McKinnon about this email after he sent it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall at this point whether the plan was to have a in-camera update from legal as something distinct from the reports that you were preparing?
I believe I recall some discussion. Again, I'm not exactly sure which meeting that was at, about what the style of the reports were going to be, what was going to be presented at for each topic and things like that. But so I when do I recall that there's going to be an in-camera meeting? That's your question. I was underneath the assumption, I think, at that point there was going to be reports that are going to go in closed, and then some reports that are going to go in open session.
Okay. And did you understand that those were going to occur on the same day to the same body of counselors?
That was my understanding. It was going to be one all-encompassing effort and bringing everything together so the council has the full breadth of all the information.
Okay. And did you understand that would have to be to all council, at a council meeting or a GIC meeting as compared to Public Works?
I'm not sure I understood that part, because we had always in beginning was the intention was to go to the Public Works Committee.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you call it the next page as well? Thank you. You'll see that on January 11, there is another meeting that Ms. Graham organizes. You are listed as an attendee. This is another one with some communications people who are now more involved, Ms. Racine and Mr. Hertel, and Ms. Gordon attends, again, I think by phone. And Mr. Sabot took some handwritten notes of that meeting. Do you remember attending a second meeting with Ms. Gordon?
So that was a meeting on the, just couldn't reacquaint myself here, January 11th. Is that a Friday?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I believe this was one of the meetings where I couldn't attend because I had a meeting with a counselor. And depending on when I was done with that meeting, I was going to call in or not. I don't recall calling in, so I'm not sure if I actually attended this meeting.
Okay. Registrar, you can go to page 297, please. Just before we call anything out, you said you were meeting with a counselor. Did you meet with any counselors in advance of the January 23rd meeting or the February 6th meeting in respect of the issues that we've been talking about?
No, I did not.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up paragraph 688, please? You asked for a updated memorandum to the 2018 collision memorandum. That's the memorandum that SEMA had prepared that compared collision rates on the Link and the Red Hill to comparator highways. Do you recall asking Mr. Ferguson to have SEMA update that collision memorandum?
I think this is a time frame where I'd asked, we had talked about this earlier, where I'd asked for, old historical information and other things. And I think I became aware in this time frame of the previous memorandum that was done. Don't necessarily recall seeing it earlier on. And when I looked at it, I thought it would be a good idea to give it an update and see what changed.
Okay. Did you have some reason to believe that something would change in the course of a year? Or just doing your due diligence?
Just updating it. I think also I'd asked for additional, as it says here, additional roadway to be added, 403. So when I first looked at that memo, didn't necessarily feel that is very comparable in terms of the roadways that they had picked. Again, it's collision rate, so it's not like it's really looking at items that are, or segments or roadways that are identical, but I wanted to see what the collision rates on the 403, given that it's in Hamilton, going down the escarpments, it's probably a little more applicable. It's not 100% applicable still, but it's a little more applicable as compared to the RHP.
Okay. Do you recall, and I can take you to the underlying memo if you'd like, the 2018 memo, that the collision rates on the Link and the Red Hill, it seemed favorable compared to the comparator highways?
I don't necessarily recall that conclusion, but yeah, if maybe you want to bring that to that, but
well, maybe I can ask it in this way. You do receive a copy of the updated collision memorandum, and it says quite clearly we've added in some more collisions, self-reported collisions, and that changes the collision rate analysis for the Red Hill and the Link. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so that was actually a bit of a topic of discussion between Dave, Martin, and myself, not only in this memo, but also how we do the annual collision report. So it's a bit of a theme here, where in the past, the city only looked at police reported collisions, didn't include all collisions. So incorporating that would be a better comparator somewhat to the provincial averages and other averages, because they do include all reports.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. You'll see at the next, the next page, please, 298, paragraph 690. Registrar, if you would, thank you. That Mr. Ferguson advised SEMA that you needed this by the end of the day the following Tuesday, ahead of a meeting on Wednesday, January 16th. So that would have been a fairly short turnaround. Do you recall why you needed, or why you were asking for this updated memo ahead of a meeting on Wednesday, January 16th, 2019?
Just collecting the information as much as we can at this point. We're heading towards going to council. I wanted to ensure that I had the most up-to-date information. And just going back to my point before, just, if you don't ask for this information in a fairly timely manner, a short time frame, this could potentially take weeks to get from a consultant. So,
okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 28034?
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating the doc ID for me?
HAM 28034.
Okay, thank you.
That is not the document that I wanted you to pull up. Why don't we go to page 311 of OD9, please? Can you bring up 312 as well? Thank you. So this is the OD narrative of the memo. And I do think I want you to bring up, maybe let's just try it again, registrar, HAM 28034. You can close that down. Can you go back to OD9? Let's use the OD. Oh, I see what I've done. Registrar, let's try one more time. CIM 10338.0001. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Mr. Solda, do you recall this is the memo that that SEMA came back with?
The final version?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there was only one version. Do you recall more than one version?
No, I don't, but just checking.
Okay. So this is has the Highway 403 and the other comparator highways. Registrar, could you go to image 2 and 3 now, please? Sorry, can you actually go to 3 and 4, please? So I'm not going to take you into the first collision memo, but you'll see that the average weighted collision rates for the Link and the Red Hill are set out, as are for the comparator sites. And the Red Hill has a higher weight rate, 1.01, compared to all of the other comparator and the Link. And just so it's very clear, you understood that that was actually a different collision rate than had been found in 2018 because of the exclusion in 2018 of the self-reports. Is that right?
Yes, this included all reports.
Okay. And so now there is a comparison of apples to apples in that the comparator highways always included self-reports, and now the Red Hill and the Link also include self-reports. Is that how you understood it?
I wouldn't call it comparative apples to apples. I would say, it's a comparison of collision rates using all the reports. And my understanding is that the MTO 403 sections include all of the reports. So Highway 8, 7, 8, 406, I believe, use all of the reports as well. I don't call it an apples to apples comparison because the geometrics and characteristics of each of these sections is different, right? So. But it's a methodology, I guess. It's a methodology approach, yes.
Okay, but in terms of the underlying data set, we now have 2 sets that include all reports. And in that way, the data sets are apples.
Methodology is apples.
Thank you for the clarity in the precise term. Did you find that the collision rate of the Red Hill as compared to the Link and the comparators was surprisingly high?
I wouldn't say it's surprisingly high, given the information we had at this point, but it did stand out to me. Yes, it stood out that we had a higher collision rate using this methodology compared to 403, Highway 406, and the others.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to OD? No, actually, can you go bring up 2 documents, OD9A, page 313, please? And can you pull up HAM 28086? Thank you. So you see on the left-hand side is the OD, and at the last paragraph on that page, Mr. McGuire sends you a draft of the joint report for, at the time, the February 4, 2019 PwC meeting. And then what I have on the other side is that draft report. To your recollection, was this the first version of the draft report that you received from Mr. McGuire? Certainly the first email, like electronic copy, but I don't know that it's the first copy you received. You may have received it, in sort of handwriting or hard copy.
Yeah, Mr. McGuire would not have sent it by, well, I did not see a paper version before that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close the left-hand side, and can you pull up the next image on the right-hand side? So we have image 1 and 2. So this is quite a lengthy draft report. It's 10 pages. It includes at various points some highlighting sort of throughout. You had said earlier that you might have sent Mr. McGuire paragraphs to insert into this. I can certainly take you through what this looks like, but I'm just trying to understand if you had actually drafted any aspect of this in this draft.
So I'm just looking at this, recommendation B, I don't think that would have come from Gord. That would have probably come from myself, right? Because it's related to the HEM Complete Services. So he would have either pulled that from either the speed limit report or something else that I would have sent him. Next page, I don't believe I had anything to do with that next page.
Registrar, can you go to images 3 and 4? And I don't want to have to go page by page over 10 pages, but there's a reference you'll see on these 2 pages. It's highlighted to the speed review. Is that draft and the safety review, are those drafts taken from something that you had pre-drafted, like another report?
He may have taken that from the speed limit study that I sent him earlier, because I believe that he'd already had that for some time. Or that looks like the original version of the speed limit report, because it speaks to the 90 kilometers an hour.
It does look like that.
Yeah, so it might be something he took from earlier on.
Okay, so I'm going to take you to the next 2 pages, but then hopefully we won't have to go further. There is, I'm sorry, Registrar, that was a direction to you. Can you go to 5 and 6, please? So there's a highlighting on the image 6, which has these test results were not considered conclusive, and in Ontario there was no definitive guidelines, and this is in respect of the Golder pavement evaluation testing that's set out just above. And it's you'll see if you go even further to the top of image 6, it says friction testing, and it references friction testing was identified as complete. And it has that friction test. So friction testing has a reference to the earlier appendix, and then it has a reference to the Golder pavement evaluation, and then a reference to the test results not considered conclusive. So to your knowledge at this point, so we're in January of 2019, was the 3 materials tests that Golder completed the reason that your staff noted in Appendix A of PW 18008 that friction testing had been completed?
So you need to break that one down for me. So you're saying, just maybe if I paraphrase, based on that 3 bullet points there, are you referring to that as what staff understood as being completed?
Yeah, because that's how I read this document under friction testing. It says it was completed, and then there's these 3 tests that are listed, and then the tests are not conclusive, and that's all it says. And so I infer from that there's some linkage between the Appendix A friction test completed and these 3 tests. So my question for you is, did Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson understand, to your knowledge, that these were the tests that and that's why they marked it as complete? Did you have any sense that that was the case?
I think it'd be better you ask them what they consider. My understanding was I did not draw that conclusion, to be honest.
Okay. Recognizing you might not have known that, but neither of them conveyed that to you. That, in fact, I think we just looked at an email that it was Gary had said they had been completed, and that's why they marked it as complete. Is that right?
That's what the email says, yeah.
Okay. Did you understand these 3 tests that are listed here to be friction tests?
Did I understand that these be friction tests? This is a sort of friction testing. It's I don't define this as the same as running the vehicle out there and taking measurements and all that. This is a different type of friction testing.
Thank you. We'll come back to this document when it's actually in its final form, so I'm not going to go through the rest of the drafting, but I think I've heard your evidence to be that Mr. McGuire may have taken work from what you had done or your staff had done in other reports and compiled it into this document. You did not actually draft any of the content of this document for this document. Is that right?
No, I at this point, I take this document and I reworked it considerably, I believe, to the final version.
I think that it was reworked considerably. I wanted to make sure, given what you said before about providing paragraphs, I don't think that doesn't seem to be the case, having gone through a little more than half of it. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yeah,
Gord was the compiler?
Gord was the compiler. I think he took some information from the speed limit report and used that as a starting point for the sections that I was going to be responsible for.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down and go back into OD9A, please. And if you can go to paragraph 313 and 314. If you can go to the top of 314, at paragraph 733, Mr. Ferguson distributed, the OD says broadly distributed, but he distributed it to a number of people within Public Works, the 2017 annual collision report that was going to PWC, scheduled to go to PWC in February, and give some credit to some staff, and copies another one on it because it'll fall to him. To him. Registrar, you can close the call out. You'll recall from your earlier testimony that this annual collision, the annual collision report itself, that is the underlying document, not the staff report, had been completed for several months. Why was it only provided to council in February of 2019?
Actually, I think you're incorrect in that. If you look at the original version and the final version, they are completely different. The analysis that was done had many errors in it. It was done in PowerPoint. I actually had my secretary spend literally weeks redoing that attachment, the annual collision report, updating it, lots of issues, numbers in the back didn't match the numbers in the front. So I believe it was only in early January was the actual annual collision report completed.
Thank you. I appreciate that that clarity. That's helpful. What was your role, recognizing your secretary's role in actually doing the work to complete the annual collision report? And I'll ask a sort of secondary question. Did you advise Mr. Ferguson in the way that you wanted it, or did you actually do the work yourself?
No, I did not do the work myself. It was an effort between Rebecca and Mr. Ferguson and some of his staff. She was putting it into software itself. And so she was holding the pen, moving all the graphics over, creating the report, and working with staff to change the language, update the language, ensure numbers were correct and all of that. So she was more of she had a large role in actual production of the final document.
Okay. Do you recall sitting here today whether there were any changes to the sections of the collision report that dealt with the Red Hill and the link? I mean, substantive changes rather than graphical changes.
I don't recall. I think we enhanced the report from the first version. I haven't done a side-by-side comparison of all the changes. So.
Thank you. Registrar, can you call out 734 and 734, please? So on January 16th, you advised some of your staff that slippery when wet signs were installed. In fact, why don't we go to the underlying document, because I think it's actually a little confusing to read it this way. It is HAM 12209. Not sure if that's going to be any more useful, but if you can call that out. Thank you. So you say to your staff, the slippery when wet signs have been installed on the Red Hill. The report indicated we should install them as well as the flashing lights that would be activated when it is wet. Did you investigate that option? What would it take to implement? Costs and time. So just stopping there, when you say the slippery when wet signs have been installed on the Red Hill, was that something that had recently happened and you were advising your staff of the fact that it happened?
No, the genesis of this actually was a question posed to me by Ms. Audie. She was reviewing the chart that had been developed, all the outstanding countermeasures that had been implemented previously and that had been identified by SEMA. And she had identified for me or asked me the question, the flashing lights, were they installed? So that then led me to ask this question to staff.
Okay. So the flashing lights and the slippery when wet signs, those are two different things that you're referencing here?
No, the slippery when wet signs, I believe the recommendation was that they have a flashing beacon as well that are activated when it's actually wet.
And what did you understand back from your staff about whether they had installed the flashing lights and why they had not, if they had not?
I believe they reported back to me that the locations where these signs were installed, there was no electrical outlets. There was no access to electricity in those areas.
I'm not a traffic expert, but isn't that fairly common on the Parkway that there's not access to electricity?
No, depending on where it is. If it's on an overpass, you would have potentially could have access to electricity depending on how the bridge was built, but I believe they didn't implement it because there was no place to tie into electricity.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this and go to 315, please?
I think there's another email later on where I asked, based on that response from them, I say, great, what about putting in solar panels?
I think that is right. I won't take you to it, but I think you're quite correct. And do you recall whether that option was feasible?
We use solar panels on different locations of the city where we don't have access to electricity.
And did you do that here for these flashing lights at some point?
I believe that's how they were implemented.
Do you recall in those discussions that led to this with Ms. Audie, if she conveyed that one of the things that she hoped happened would be that anything that SEMA had recommended would be implemented? Did you understand that sort of to be a driving force to implement as much as possible from SEMA's past recommendations?
Not necessarily. There was short-term, medium-term, and long-term options, and many of the items, some of the items still aren't implemented because they are part of a long-term strategy, are being looked at through the feasibility study. So I think it was just reviewing all the various options and just seeing sort of the status of them. Some will take permits and approvals from other agencies, and it has a different time frame to them.
Sure. I think you're quite correct about that. I really actually meant in terms of the short-term countermeasures, whether there was a overall drive to implement as many of the short-term countermeasures that had not yet been implemented as possible.
I think when we reported to council in 18008, we had come up with a list of things that we're going to implement. So it's just a matter of getting a status update of what's been done.
Thank you, Registrar. Can you go to 324, please, of OD9A? Sorry, just give me a moment. Registrar, could you also bring, actually, can you instead, no, we'll actually start here. At paragraph 753, your assistant, I believe that's your assistant, sent you the staff and SEMA reports for the speed limit study. And at this time, the staff report recommended that the speed limit be reduced on certain portions. That was your draft of the staff report, is that right?
That's correct.
Registrar, can you now go to 329? And can you call it 369? So this is jumping forward just a little in time. You emailed Mr. McKinnon and attached a revised draft. Looks like you had some discussion with him. And you said, didn't want to introduce the speed versus design concept here. Lots of paragraphs are cut and paste. And in terms of the speed differential, I went back to their report. I'm using their wording and explanation. So just stopping there, what was the discussion about the speed and design concept that you didn't want to introduce here?
Let's go back to the full email just so I can get a better context of what's being discussed here.
Sure. Registrar is HAM 12331. I can also call out the revised draft that you're referencing if you want.
Speed. I'd have to brush up on what I was thinking at this point.
No problem. We'll come back to the speed study. So if you twig something later, let me know. In terms of the speed differential, is that the difference between the speed on the link versus the speed on the Red Hill?
I have to go back and look at both reports. I'm actually thinking this speed differential, there's the concept that's introduced in the speed limit study, how on the link, the changing of speeds could cause an issue with people coming on and off. Now you have people on the right-hand side of the roadway are going to be at a lower speed versus the left-hand side, which can be at a higher speed. I believe that's what I'm referring to when you read the report. I believe that's how they that there's this discussion related to that in there.
Thank you. Excuse me. I think you're right about that, and that I was trying to use too high level a term to explain what you just explained. I think that is referenced in the report. So that's the speed differential that they reference, and then you're referencing here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Registrar, can you close this down, and can you go to CIM 221? Pardon me. Let me try that again. CIM 22412. And can you go to image 4 and 5, please? These are Mr. McGuire's notes. You'll see on the left-hand page, there's a reference to a call where you're referenced, a call from Edward Soldo up at the top. And yesterday, Mr. Malone testified that you discussed the 2019 collision memo during this call. Does that, recognizing there's not much to go on there, it says memo update, HAM 2017, 2016. Does that, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Malone about 2019 collision memo?
And what's the end of this?
January 15th. It's the same day that you received the collision memo.
I may have, but I don't have recollection.
Okay. On the right-hand side is some notes of a call that appears to reflect a call with you on January 18, and it is a little more detailed, recognizing it's a little difficult to read. Registrar, could you also bring up CIM 22412 period 0003?
My apologies. Whose notes are those?
Mr. Malone's.
No.
This is the transcription of that, just for a little bit of ease of trying to figure out what Mr. Malone's writing says. And there's a reference to, pardon me, to, it looks like 2 phone calls with you on the document we're looking at now. It's just the first page. Registrar, could you actually go to the next image on the right-hand side, just so that Mr. Solda can see it? So you'll see that reflects the last box in the transcription. Mr. Malone testified yesterday that you discussed your view that you wanted to drop the speed limit from Green Hill to the QEW to 80, and that that was part of the content of this conversation. Do you remember reaching out to Mr. Malone about that?
I remember this time frame we were getting all these reports ready, and we were I remember having a discussion with Brian to ensure that he would be potentially available for the meeting as well, because a couple of reports obviously were related to his area. So we had the discussion. If that's what's in his notes, I'm assuming that we had that discussion at that time.
Okay. Just as a matter of practice, apart from making sure that Mr. Malone might be available to attend a meeting to be a resource for you, did you give him a heads up that staff wasn't going to follow SEMA's report? Was that part of the purpose of this call?
Well, we had the original discussion about speed and the fact that I didn't agree with it back on November 30th.
Yeah.
So at this point here, if I'm going to go and bring forward a recommendation to council that's different than the consultant has done, you know, I wanted to make sure he was aware of that, and that, you know, I would be recommending something different.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to OD9A, page 337, please? Mr. Sold, this is a reference to the January 23, 2019 closed session council meeting, which was in the evening of that day. The minutes don't reflect your attendance. Did you attend that meeting?
I don't believe I was there. I was not there.
Okay. Did you learn about what happened during this meeting after it occurred? That is the closed session.
Yeah, I believe we have another meeting of the internal working group coming up, and that's when we're providing an update on what occurred here.
Okay. There's certainly a meeting with Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone, and there's a number of meetings on January 30th. Is that the meeting that you're thinking about?
I believe that's the meeting. There's a couple meetings coming up. There's a couple parts of a bunch of these meetings coming up.
That is right. I'm going to try to walk you through them. My question was the meetings I'm going to take you to are on the 30th. Do you recall having meetings between the 23rd and the 30th where you were updated about what happened at this council meeting? I'm sorry, sir, I missed that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think. I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to 342, please? You go to the next page as well. Just before I get into this, at the January 23rd meeting, did you understand that legal services had provided an update to council about the existence of the Tradewind report?
Trying to remember when I knew what here. I believe I knew that legal, there was something being given to council, but I can't be certain at this point.
Okay. Just trying to understand what you knew and the way that you understood this to unfold. So you'll see at the bottom of 342, there is calendar invitation for the February 4 Public Works Committee meeting. And then there's a number of discussions between Mr. Zagaric, Ms. Audie, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Paparella from the clerk's office about and the mayor, about where and when Red Hill and Link related reports were going to be submitted, which committee or which body of councilors. And so I'm just trying to understand if you knew on January 23rd that there was a sort of a pre-discussion with councilors happening, and then that was going to lead to some other later session. Did you know that before January 23rd?
I can't recall, but given that report was in a legal report and it was enclosed, I most likely wasn't really aware of what they were doing. I wouldn't necessarily be party to a legal and confidential report. It was always my understanding that we were heading towards February 4th as the date, in public works in particular.
Okay. And then at some point you came to learn that in fact, the reports that you had been preparing were actually going to go to council. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think there's some emails in here where, I think I was a bit surprised by the fact we were going to GIC versus public works.
There are a number of emails, none of which you're copied on until I think at some point you're made aware. I'm not going to go through those. I presume you weren't involved in the decision-making process about which body to whom these reports should be delivered. Is that right?
That's the decision of the clerk.
On January 30, you attend, I think, a series of meetings that day. Registrar, can you go to OD9A, page 376, please? And can you call out the first paragraph 870? down to just the first paragraph of the embedded email. Sorry, Registrar, that was directed to you. I don't think I identified you. Could you call it the first paragraph of 870? I think we might have lost the Registrar for a minute there. Registrar, are you back?
Yeah, sorry, my one computer just seemed to disconnect, but I'm still here with this computer. So,
Okay,
sorry, if you could just repeat what you just said.
of course. Glad we didn't lose you. If you could call out paragraph 870, the top down to the first full paragraph. Yep, that's perfect.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So Mr. Malone, after these series of meetings, gave an update to his colleagues, and that's what you're looking at now. And so he identifies the sort of series of events in the first paragraph. He says he got a call from you late in the day on January 30th, asking him to participate in a teleconference with the management team. Then that happened. So Dan McKinnon down, city solicitor, Mr. Zagaric, communications people, and Mr. Bogosian. And the call took place from 4:30 to 6. Actually, I think it might have been 4. And then with follow-on calls from Edward S. and Gord M. directly. Is that how you recall the series of, I'm just going to call them series of meetings to go? You first spoke to Mr. Malone, then there was a large group session, and then there was calls after?
My discussion with Mr. Malone was solely just to get telephone numbers correct so that he had the right number to call in. That was it. That was a really short dialogue there. Then January 30th, this is the meeting where I believe there's 2 meetings. There was the meeting that had legal staff and Bogosian externally, and then there was a larger group meeting that was held after that.
I think that is right. And did you attend? And then, sorry, so there's 2 meetings, there's legal staff, then there's a larger group that includes the larger group, and then there's a meeting with Mr. Malone, is that right?
No, I believe he was part of the second meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Registrar, could you close this and go to 9A, page 358, please? And could you go, actually, we'll stop here. Can you call out the table above 855? Thank you. You'll see this is Mr. Bogosian's notes of a call. Registrar, I just want to make sure you're online. It just says someone else become the host. Registrar?
Sorry, yes, that was me. I just
Okay.
re-signed in. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Do let us know if you need a technical break. We're getting close to lunch in any event. So this is 10:30 in the morning on the 30th, and this is an email just with Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot, and these are Mr. Bogosian's notes. You didn't attend this meeting, and Mr. Bogosian writes in his notes that council wants to know if Brian Malone / CMA had the trade wind report, and if there's anything else CMA thinks needs to be done to address safety, slipperiness as interim measures pending repaving. And you aren't copied on these notes. They don't go anywhere. They're just Mr. Bogosian's notes. Did anyone advise you before January 30th that council wanted to know answers to these 2 questions?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that. And if you could pull up then the next page of OD 9A. And if you can call out the notes at the top of 359. So earlier said there's two meetings. There's one with the legal staff and then there's one with the larger group. Were you saying that there was a meeting in which you attended with legal staff before the larger group? Or were you referencing the fact that Mr. Bogosian had spoken to Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot? Just trying to understand what you meant by those two meetings.
What I meant was I was out in the hall with Mr. McGuire and Mrs. Graham during the first meeting. So I was not in the first meeting.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. So at some point, someone asked you to call Mr. Malone, see if you could patch him in for a call with him. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's something along those lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Or get the right number so they can call him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 365? And if you could call out the content of that page, please. This is a transcript of Mr. Sabot's notes, and you'll see there's a reference at the top to, I think it's to you, Edmund S. Not quite, but close. Along with Dan McKinnon, Gordon McGuire, Ms. Graham, and Jen Racine. Is that who you recall being at the meeting? In addition, of course, to Mr. Malone once he joins.
Gordon, myself, Dan, Jasmine. I don't recall, and Nicole would have been there, but I don't recall Jen. She, I think communication staff, depending on which meeting, they would send different representatives.
Okay. If you can go right down to actually, I'll ask you a more broad question. This call with Mr. Malone, did you understand it to be to provide information to Mr. Malone, or did you understand it to be to get information from Mr. Malone, or both?
I don't think I had an understanding either way. I was set up a meeting with him. Yes, I don't think I could say either one of those.
You didn't know why the meeting was set up? You didn't know what the content would be?
Yeah, to have a discussion with him, but to say it was to get information or give information, I don't think I was aware of that.
Okay. It does look like there is some back and forth. It does look like Mr. Bogosian asked a number of questions of Mr. Malone. Is that your recollection?
Okay, so your previous question was, what did I know going into the meeting? If you're saying about the meeting itself.
Yeah,
there was some
I am
back
saying
and
the
forth.
meeting itself.
Yes, in terms of the meeting itself, there was some back and forth.
And was it Mr. Bogosian primarily who was asking questions of Mr. Malone?
I want to say it was mostly Nicole, but again, I don't have like a vivid recollection of this meeting.
Okay. At the bottom of this page, this is Mr. Sabot's notes. It says ES. It's not clear to me from these notes which meeting we're in now. I think we're in the pre-Brian Malone meeting. Do you remember having some discussions with this group of city staff before Mr. Malone joined?
I don't recall.
No? Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? Thank you. That's great. Actually, yeah, that's good. Thank you. So there's now references to TC with David Bogosian, TC with Brian Malone, and you say it says Q by Soldo details with pending reopening. And it looks like A, Brian says, enforce police never too much. Do you recall having any discussions during this call with Mr. Malone about whether there were additional details that should be done pending reopening, pending repaving, pardon, I'm going to say repaving.
I'm trying to decipher these notes.
Fair.
I would say he might be referring to the speed limit report where it's, we're reducing the speed from 90 to 80 and we're asking for not just increased, but enhanced police presence and enforcement there. That might be what he's referring to.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and go to the next page, please? And could you call that the whole page out? So this is just more of the back and forth. And here there's references to Mr. Bogosian referencing wet and dry, which I think is referencing collisions and referencing a UK standard. And Brian said comparison shouldn't compare Ontario to UK. Has been some friction tests for some time in Ontario. MTO has used a threshold number. Do you recall some back and forth between Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone in which Mr. Bogosian was asking questions about collision rates or UK standards in respect to friction?
I don't recall specifics of the conversation, and they're going back and forth on various items, but these are pretty specific and I just don't have a recollection of that.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be specific. I'm trying to sort of give you little details to maybe refresh your memory about this. I actually have quite a general question, which is, did you understand that Mr. Bogosian was seeking particular information from Mr. Malone?
I think that's the outcome of the meeting was having Brian provide answers to some questions.
Okay. Last question on this, at the very bottom of this page, it says Edward, use of TAC geodesign concepts guidelines. Do you recall either you or Mr. Malone talking about the use of TAC geometric design concepts as they related to friction numbers?
Trying to understand what's written here. Use of TAC.
I think it's geometric design concepts.
And that might refer to, I'm not going to guess what that refers to. I really don't know what Juan wrote in these notes.
So I'm referencing that to ask the sort of broader question. Did you or Mr. Malone in this meeting talk about the use of TAC geometric design concepts as they related to friction numbers, to your recollection?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Malone asking, pardon me, and Mr. Bogosian asking Mr. Malone if he could consider whether the Red Hill should be closed?
I do believe that was that discussion, yes.
And do you recall Mr. Malone providing a preliminary opinion about that? Again, at this meeting, which is the first of two meetings.
Yeah, that one sort of stands out. It's a pretty important question. I believe Dan McKinnon actually is the one who asked that. And the answer was no.
What do you remember about the follow-on meetings, as Mr. Malone called them, after this large group meeting? He identified in his note to his colleagues follow-on meetings with you and with Mr. McGuire.
A very brief, probably call just to see if he needed any other information or anything like that. It would have been a phone call, very short. I don't recall having any significant discussion with Mr. Malone.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you close this and go to page 368, please? And can you no, we don't need that. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Could you call out the bottom of this page, 861, please? Oh, that's actually not what I'm looking for. Can you keep that up with the call out, but then call out the next page and finish calling out the remainder of this email? Thank you, Registrar. Following the call with Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone, Mr. Bogosian sent an email to, thank you, to Mr. Malone. In fact, this is Ms. Audie's draft of it. But you'll see, I know it's a little hard to read. On the second call out, it says once it includes a trade wind report, the Golder evaluation, and this is to Mr. Malone. Once you have reviewed the above, can you please consider the following? And then she sets out 3 questions. Did you have any input into the specific questions that Mr. Malone was asked?
I think these questions were actually discussed at the meeting, to be honest. And this is maybe a follow-up of the questions that were asked.
Okay. Well, you're calling up Mr. Malone, I think out of the blue and asking him, to attend a call, and then this call happens. That is, I don't think it's pre-scheduled. Is that right? I mean, I know it's got the call on the 30th. I know it's scheduled, sometime in advance, but this is not a, long planned call. And so did you understand that Mr. Malone already had these questions?
Sorry,
Or
what I was referring to, I believe these were the questions we had discussed. These questions were discussed in that meeting with Mr. Malone. So I'm not sure we're in the same context there.
okay. Were these questions asked of Mr. Malone? Is that what you mean by they were discussed?
In the meeting with Mr. Malone?
Yeah.
I believe so.
And maybe I'm confused now. When you said these questions were discussed at the meeting, was that the meeting with Mr. Malone they were discussed?
Yes.
Okay. I have one more question, then we're going to go on lunch. Registrar, could you close this down and can you call out 395, please? Actually, you know what? I see it's 3 minutes after 1 already. I can hold this until after the lunch break. Commissioner, it's just a little after 1. I'd suggest that we take our usual lunch break, please.
Okay. Why don't we take our lunch break and we'll return at 2:15.
Thank you. And Registrar, could you put council into an all council room, please? Good afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call up OD 9A, page 395, please? Thank you. Mr. Soldo, at the end of January, January 31, Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Fontana, and Mr. Moore met to discuss the Red Hill. Were you made aware in advance that this meeting was going to happen?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, you're a little under the sea.
Sorry, I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to OD 10A, page 55? And can you call it 121, please? So this is a little out of order in our OD, but this is a email that I think is forwarding Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire's discussions about potential questions to ask Mr. Moore, and you replied with the following questions. Do you remember providing those questions?
I do.
Were you ever provided with information about answers to those questions or to the questions that Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire had been discussing?
I don't believe I don't recall having a debrief of what occurred in that meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go back to OD 9A, page 401, please. And 402, please. So on February 1, Mr. Bogosian, Mr. Moore, and several staff members spoke again. You're not listed at the top, but I think you come in late. Is that your recollection?
No, I was not at that meeting. February 1st was a Friday, and I was taking an afternoon off to go to a hockey game in Buffalo.
Okay. Do you remember getting a debrief from anyone after that meeting, presumably on the Monday?
I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up CIM 22419? So this is another email from, another notebook entry from Mr. Malone, and it references on February 1, references a 10:30 call with Soldo and McGuire. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Malone separately in advance of the discussion that Mr. Bogosian and others had with him?
So what's the date on this?
February 1st.
February 1st. I don't recall.
So you took the afternoon off to go to a hockey game, but you don't remember in the morning whether you made an attempt to reach out to Mr. Malone because you wouldn't be able to make the later call?
That morning, I was actually at a event, Club of Works event, so not sure. I don't recall going to this, but if that's Brian's notes, 10:30. That would have been the middle of the event.
It doesn't have any details, so I'm just asking about your recollection, but I think I have your evidence. Registrar, could you close this down and go back to OD 9, page 408, please? Actually, sorry, can you go to 424, please? And can you call out the top underlined section on 424? Thank you. So, Mr. Soldo, there is a meeting that happens on February 4th with city staff, at which you may have been updated about the contents of the discussion on February 1st. But just looking at this is a opinion that Mr. Bogosian prepares. Did anyone tell you that Mr. Malone had made these comments? You can go through each bullet point if you'd like, at the call on February 1st. Excuse me.
I don't recall being updated on this.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go to page 408, please. And if you could pull out 934. Thank you. On February 1st, you contacted, excuse me, excuse me, Mr. Bentley at he's executive director and chief engineer at the Highway Standards branch at the MTO. And you said, you have a person the city can contact regarding pavement friction testing and anticipated values for SMA pavements. So maybe I'll start with your relationship with Mr. Bentley. Did you know him prior to sending this email to him?
Mr. Bentley used to be director in Southwest Region, and him and I sat on the Chief Engineers Council at TAC.
Thank you.
Relationship.
Thank you. So why did you contact Mr. Bentley on February 1?
So I believe at that time, as a group, we were still discussing potentially friction testing. There's still information the board was looking into. I had the contact with Mr. Bentley. Gord didn't necessarily have the contacts within MTO like I did, hence I offered to reach out and make that connection on behalf of Gord and Dan.
So there's a reference here to anticipated values for SMA pavements. Were you also hoping that the MTO could provide some insight into what they expected in terms of friction values on their SMA pavements?
Well, the MTO are experts at different types of pavements. They obviously have a larger network than the city of Hamilton does. So we're looking to tap into their expertise and any kind of help they can provide us with in terms of moving forward.
Thank you. So I know Mr. Bentley doesn't get back to you until after the February 6th GIC meeting. So I'm going to turn to that first, and then we'll come back to Mr. Bentley. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could go to page 446 and 447, please. So you'll see at the bottom of 446, Ms. Graham sent to a number of people, including you, presentation slides, a timeline, and a communications plan for February 6th. Do you recall reviewing those documents when Ms. Graham emailed them?
She would have sent me the documents. I would have reviewed them. Yeah, not exactly sure when, but I would have reviewed them. Okay.
Well, she's doing it at February 5 at 5:04 p.m. for a meeting that's going to be the next day. So I presume in less than 24 hours you reviewed them. Is that fair?
I would have reviewed them before the February 6th. Yeah.
Okay. One of the things that she includes is a preliminary timeline I think we discussed this at your last day of evidence. Do you recall being involved with trying to prepare a draft timeline with Ms. Graham and other staff?
Yeah, I was involved with her at the beginning to put together a timeline, and then I think others started adding to it.
Thank you. And I presume any part of the timeline that referenced you or your involvement, you confirmed for accuracy?
Well, there's still that issue, like there's a couple entries in there which I'm not sure exactly correct, that were added in after initial one there. We talked about that last time about the report, finding the report.
Okay. And in fact, just so that we're clear, the timeline that I've been pulling up on occasion is actually one that's created a little bit later. It's not this one. It's an update to that one, but I think that part is still in there in any event. But I certainly understand your caveat on that point. Registrar, can you go to page 421, please? Thank you. So on at the very top on 974, on February 4 in the evening, Ms. Audie emailed Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and you attaching a memorandum from SEMA dated February 4th. And it was it's the draft that Mr. Malone had just prepared that day. And it says, please see the attached at this time. We are keeping this confidential and for in-camera purposes. Before receiving this document, did you understand that Mr. Malone would be preparing something in writing to assist the GIC meeting the following day?
I believe that was the purpose of that other meeting. We talked about the 3 questions.
Mm-hmm. Did you understand as he was preparing it, either at that January 30th meeting or anytime before getting this, that Ms. Audie's intention was that this was going to be a confidential document for in-camera purposes?
I believe counsel was looking for some information, so my understanding was that his memorandum was going to be presented to counsel.
Okay, and did you understand it was going to be presented to counsel in camera?
I'm not sure what my thought there was at that time.
Did you intend to I'm trying to understand what you thought your role was in respect of this memorandum. Did you intend to append it to any of your reports? How did you think it was going to get to counsel?
I believe going to counsel, there was multiple sort of segments that were being presented to counsel. There was the staff reports from myself and Gord, and then there was other follow-up reports. So I presume that this memorandum from SEMA was going to be attached to something that the legal department was putting together.
Registrar, can you go to page 433? You'll see at paragraph 1011, right in the middle of the page, the underlined page, it says, Ms. Audie emailed you and said, can you take a quick call with me, please? I want to confirm your concerns regarding the report, which I believe is the report that's referenced above. That is the SEMA report. At least I think that's what it is. Do you recall having any concerns about the February 4th SEMA report when you reviewed it?
So when you say report, you're referring to the memo in response to 3 questions?
Yeah, and I'm happy to go actually into the document to make it more clear.
Yeah.
Also, because I find the underlying hard to read. Registrar, could you go to HAM 62569? So I'm not trying to be opaque in the reference. And this is Ms. Audie's email.
Mhm.
What I know is by this point, Ms. Audie from the OD is trying to finalize the SEMA memorandum and says, I want to confirm your concerns regarding the report. So I'm just hoping that you have some insight into
Right.
what
So-
this is referencing.
So I believe the report and she's referring to is the memo from SEMA regarding, in response to the 3 questions.
Yeah.
So the 3 questions were responded to, but they also added in a whole section about reducing the speed limit and the fact that they didn't agree with that. So I was a bit, I didn't understand why that was in there. There's a separate report that's going forward on the speed limits. We're attaching SEMA's report there and providing a rationale to council of why the speed limits contrary to the recommendations of the consultant. So I was kind of confused on why SEMA had added the section about the speed limits in their response to the 3 questions.
I see. Registrar, could you close this and go back into OD9A and go to paragraph 432? And if you could pull out 1006, paragraph 1006. Thank you. So I won't go into the underlying documents, but Ms. Audie asked Mr. Malone asked Mr. Bogosian to ask Mr. Malone to take out part of the text. And Mr. Malone responds, okay, I'll leave the green part and I'll remove the yellow part, pardon me. And then the response comes, no, just take both of these out. Is this in reference to the concerns that you were just talking about?
I believe so. Otherwise, we'd have 2 different reports, different, having the same issue and being discussed in 2 different reports. Is already a report on the speed limit reduction.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this? And I'm going to take you to the final version, which doesn't have those 2 documents. HAM 54382. And if you can call up the next image as well, please. So there's several more pages after this, but this is at least the start. So this is the final version. And you're right, there's those 3 questions that we looked at earlier in your evidence. Registrar, could you go and actually bring up image 2 and image 3? So in terms of the second and third question about additional safety measures and about should the Red Hill be closed, did you consider getting a peer review or getting someone else, actually is probably a better way to put it, getting someone else some other consultant to review these 2 questions?
No, at this point, we're moving to go to council really quickly, and there wouldn't be time to get anyone to look at that. And that we didn't see it as a group, we didn't see a need for that to happen.
Thank you. And what did you understand about SEMA's ability to address these questions from a pavement materials perspective?
SEMA's a very large company. They have specialists in multiple areas. I would expect that they would have either access to within their own company or associates that could answer the questions.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. And if you can go to OD 10A, page 19 and 20, please. This wasn't exactly the document that I wanted to bring up. These are references to Mr. McGuire's notes. Let me just go up a little. It's paragraph page 15, paragraph 33. You don't have to call it out, registrar, it's fine. And if you could bring up 16 as well, please. So this is just a series of some of the minutes of the open session of GIC. So just going through, I'm not going to go through all of them. There's enough here that you can see. We understand that there was a number of discussion items, both in the open session and the closed session. One was the annual collision report that you prepared that we talked about earlier in your evidence today. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you present personally on that, or was that Mr. Ferguson?
No, I went back to look at the video of that meeting. I presented an overview of that report.
And then there was PW 18008A, and it might not be particularly helpful to have this particular page up, but that was a joint report with you and that you and Mr. McGuire submitted. We looked at a draft earlier. What was your role in presenting on that?
I believe Mr. McGuire presented this, and there was some questions that I believe I took a question or two on it.
Okay. Then there was the speed limit reduction feasibility study, and you presented on that as well?
I believe so.
Okay. And I'm going to come back to each of those. I just wanted to confirm that. And then you stayed for the closed session portion of the meeting as well. Is that right?
I did. There was, it wasn't in the entire closed session. This is one of those items I've been trying to remember what portions I was in and what portions I wasn't. I believe actually the open session was late in the evening. That meeting started quite early in the day. And my recollection, I've been trying to recall exactly what portions of the closed meeting that I was in, because I don't have a very specific recollection of it. And I believe that the closed session was broken down into parts, and I was in parts of it, but not all of it, because I recall sitting for hours at the end of the day while they were still in closed session in the ante room, which is next to the council chambers.
Okay. I mean, I think the closed session is like from about 4 o'clock to about 10 o'clock.
Mhm.
I don't know if that helps. So maybe I can just understand it. Were there parts of the closed session that you were excused from, like you weren't allowed to attend, or did you just come in and out because you didn't need to be there for all of it? Or something else. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by you weren't there for the entire time.
I believe the closed session was broken down into 4 parts, looking at the documentation now. There was a presentation by Mr. McKinnon. There was a presentation on the audit, and then there was a legal presentation and a comm section.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and I am pretty confident that I wasn't in the last 2. When they go into closed session, it's generally tend to only keep staff in there that are going to speak or can provide input into the section that is particularly or the report that's being particularly talked about. Hence, I don't believe I was in either the comms or the legal report session.
Thank you. Do you recall being outside the council chamber with staff as a press release was drafted?
I remember sitting inside the ante room with Jasmine and Gord quite a long time. And then Mr. Zagaric, Dan McKinnon, Nicole Oddie, and others came into the room, and they were drafting up, I guess, a press release at that point. I was in the room while they were drafting up the press release. Okay.
I just asked because I'm trying to understand the timing. So you think you were out of the closed session for the audit update and the communications update, and then in the ante room during the drafting?
No, just minor correction there. I don't believe I was in the legal report or the communications.
Thank you. I think remembered that your 4 points. So you weren't in with the legal or the communications, but you were there for the audit.
I don't have a really strong recollection, but in reviewing the minutes or the notes that Mr. McGuire has in the evidence, there's a few things in there that kind of trigger his memory. So I believe I was in there for the audit part.
Okay. Do you recall having any presentation or presenting role during the closed session?
No, it would have been Mr. McKinnon that did the presenting. Mr. McGuire and I, if I recall correctly, were actually a number of rows back even, so we weren't there to answer questions.
Okay. And just in terms of trying to sort out your memory, do you recall presenting on the open session items that we talked about just a few moments ago before going into closed session, or were those deferred and also addressed in closed session, to your recollection?
Now you got me confused because I actually thought that the open session items were done after the closed session.
You know what? I think I actually did confuse you unintentionally. I think I misspoke. What I meant to say was, do you recall presenting in the open session items that we talked about before the closed session or after the closed session? Like, were they deferred from before the closed session and then addressed after the closed session?
Now you definitely have me confused. I thought they were done after the closed session, or I looked at the video the other day. I should know this better. But I thought they were done afterwards.
I think they were, but I think maybe they were raised first and then went into closed session and deferred until after the closed session. I may be wrong about that. I may not understand the legislative aspects. That doesn't ring a bell to you?
I think we're saying the same thing. They were raised, deferred till after the closed session, and that's when they went back out and open. Yes.
Fantastic. I think we are saying the same thing. It just took us a little while to get there. Sorry, I know that was me causing confusion, and apologies for that. Registrar, can you go to HAM 29133, please? So this is the final version of the PW 18008A that was presented after the closed session. I think fairly late. The first recommendation is that staff be directed to develop a terms of reference for a functional design. And we talked a little bit about that at your last day of evidence, I believe. By February, understanding sort of where you were with the speed study and where McGuire was with the lighting study, and that repaving was coming up, what did you hope that the terms of reference for a functional design and a functional design itself would accomplish?
So the functional design really is to look at the long term of what these two facilities will look like. And not to get into a lot of detail here, but we previously talked about lighting. How would lighting be accommodated? You'd have to do an environmental assessment. We were aware at that time that the link required a future rehab as well. The lighting would then also potentially trigger changes to the stormwater management along both the link and RHVP. There's the issue of, do we introduce a median as well? You can't really look at any of those items in isolation of each other. Each of them could trigger an EA just on their own as well. So looking at those longer term recommendations, the lighting, median, stormwater management, which kind of gets triggered when you start looking at the other two. What is a long-term future here? Is this a facility needs to be widened? We had a number of outstanding business list items related to traffic and how it's being dealt at both the 403 and the QEW. So the wording there kind of encapsulates all of it. Lighting, medians, geometrics, any transit improvements that might be required, how we're going to deal with trucks in the future, and the fact that we also had to do a rehabilitation sometime in the future on the link. So looking at developing what I would call medium and a long-term vision for both of these two corridors.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you go to image 5 of this document? And image 6 too, please. Mr. Soldo, I should have taken you to this before you gave that answer, because I think it addresses much of what you just said under expansion of the Red Hill and Link. Is that the topic under which the functional study would be is most relevant? That it's, I mean, not that it's just about the expansion, but that's one of the purposes in completing the functional study?
I would say it's one element. I wouldn't say it's the primary one. It's obviously a good question to ask, is it going to be expanded? But the functional study also needs to look at, in conjunction with this, the other three items that I talked about.
Okay. I ask because there's a reference to the complex RFP, and I just wasn't sure if those were related to the functional study terms of reference request for funding. Are those different? And sorry, it's the last paragraph on the left-hand side.
Sorry, could you repeat your question? Because I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
Sure. In fact, wish we could have 3 pages up at once. Registrar, so yeah, it's there. If you can call it out, that would be great. So there's a reference here to Public Works recommends initiating this process, which I think, I'm not sure what this process is, but I think it's just generally thinking through this as it will be a complex RFP to prepare. And I was trying to understand whether the functional study and the terms of reference for the functional study would be related to an RFP, the one that's referenced here.
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that down. And if you can call out that second paragraph under expansion of Red Hill. Thank you, Registrar. This is the other reference to the request for proposal. Were you aware, having reviewed the earlier staff reports relating to the 2015 SEMA report, that there had been some discussion about deferring some of the long-term options that SEMA had recommended pending the assessment of the transportation master plan?
Again, these things all go hand in hand. They're not done in isolation. Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt. I actually just meant factually. Did you know that in the past, before you started at the city, that there had been a staff report which recommended deferral of some of the long-term and medium-term safety options that SEMA had recommended pending the finalization of the transportation master plan?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether you knew that or not?
I mean, they're also interlinked, so it's kind of an odd question. I'm really not sure how to answer that. To say that we were waiting till the master plan is done, till the long-term improvements, it's not a chicken and egg thing. They all go together.
I understand. I just wanted to understand what your knowledge was coming into drafting this report. Registrar, you can close that call out. And you can close this document. Mr. Solder, there, excuse me, there are a couple of documents that relate to ones that you put in the February 6th GIC. We already talked just for a moment about the annual collision report that you put in, and that was in respect of the 2017 annual collision statistics. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then in that report, one of the expressed intentions of staff was to continue to have actual annual collision reports. Is that right?
That was a direction from council through the road safety action plan. The purpose of that then was to utilize that information to, within our road safety program, to look at different ways of improving safety using a database approach.
Thank you. So the inquiry has a document that's not yet in evidence because it's not in any of our ODs. I don't have any questions for you, but I just want to take you to it so that you can confirm that you are familiar with it. Registrar, if you can go to RVH 778. Sorry, I think I made a typo. Registrar, you can close this. It's RVH 597. Mr. Soldo, this is an information report from December 2019, and it's submitted by you. It's an 8-page document, and then one of the appendices is the 2018 collision report. You'll see that right under information. So a very brief question about this, because I suspect you haven't looked at it for some time. You were involved in the annual preparation of the collision report in 2018 that was submitted in 2019?
Yes, the staff members have prepared it. It's the annual version of the reports that we're doing.
Thank you. Registrar, can you make this the next exhibit, please?
All right, Council, thank you. So that's exhibit 209.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this. Mr. Soldo, we also talked a number of times about the speed limit feasibility study. I'm not going to take you to that report. Suffice to say, it included a recommendation that part of the Parkway be reduced to 80 kilometers an hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you remind me of your evidence of why the particular portion that was reduced was the one that staff recommended the reduction on?
So going back to this speed limit report, based on one of the alternatives, I believe it's Northwestern, it identified a very short section that could, it meets the criteria to be lowered, but you wouldn't lower just one really small short section. So as staff, we looked at, okay, if, there's the Northwestern identified it, there was the geometric issues that we previously talked about as well. So we identified a longer stretch that would start from the end of our jurisdiction with MTO up to, I believe, just past or just south of Reno.
Thank you. And the inquiry understands that more recently, in May of 2021, the entirety of the Parkway was reduced to 80 kilometers an hour. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you involved in that decision?
I was.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to RVH 1029, please? And can you bring up the next image as well, please? So this just happens to be a press release that has Councillor Paul Danko's name at the top, but it is a very concise summary of the changes. And so it's really just to give you the date. It's May 13, 2020, and it's beginning May 17, 20. Pardon me, I think I misspoke. 2021, that the speed limit would be reduced between Dartner Road and Green Hill Ave to 80 kilometers an hour. Is that your recollection as well in terms of timing and content?
I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Registrar. I'd like to make this press release the next exhibit, please.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So we jump.
Oh, sorry.
No,
210.
go ahead.
It's exhibit 210.
Thank you. Mr. Soldo, we've jumped a little bit out of the timeline just because I wanted to connect these more recent documents with documents that you previously were involved in 2019. Registrar, you can close that down. If you can go to to OD 10A, page 32. Can you bring up 31 as well, please? Thank you. You'll see at the bottom of 31 at page 56, you emailed Jennifer DiDomenico and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White saying that corporate audit is undertaking an internal audit of processes related to the friction issue on the Red Hill, and you ask for some documents. So this is the day coming out of the GIC meeting, and there has been a direction to that effect. Prior to that direction, had your staff been involved in the value for money audit that Mr. Pellegrini had previously been conducting?
I would say there was a very marginal, very minor role in the value for money. I believe one of the recommendations actually was related to the transportation operations and maintenance division, but the majority of the recommendations were related to the engineering division. So fairly minor role there, involvement.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 100 of OD 10, please? You followed up with Mr. Bentley on February 11, and then on February 12, Ms. Envoy, his executive assistant, emailed Ms. Lane some questions from CHCH News. So part of what is happening is the information that was released at the February 6th GIC is making its way over to the press and then to the MTO. Registrar, could you go to pages 101 and 102 now, please? And it seems on February 12th, you arrange a call to speak with Mr. Bentley. And can you recall whether that was a pre-planned call from your follow-up on the 11th, or if that was an impromptu call because of the press around friction testing on the Red Hill? Do you recall either way?
I was just following up on my earlier email.
Well, I understand the email follow-up, but how you had a call the next day on February 12th. Just wondering how that came to be, if you recall.
Sorry, maybe I'm confused, but I'm just following up and trying to connect with Mr. Bentley as per my earlier emails.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, maybe I am looking somewhere, but maybe not directing you appropriately. At the top of 102, 250, you say, I was literally talking on the phone with MTO when this email came in. And that's the MTO friction testing results from 2008 to 2014, which I'll get into in a minute. So, and I also have a memo from you about your discussions with Mr. Bentley. So I know that you speak to him on the 12th. And my question before we get into the content of those conversations is, do you recall if he just picked up the phone or if this was a pre-planned call? It's okay if you don't remember either way.
Yeah, I'm just following up on the previous emails where I'm reaching out to him. Now, I don't remember who called who at that point. Probably Kevin called me because I'm not sure I even know what number I would call him at.
Okay, fair. So I'm going to go to a summary of the call because I think it sort of explains at least a summary of what you later said. Your discussion was, Registrar, can you close this down and go to 103, please? And if you can call it 255. So you email Mr. McKinnon and you further to that email we just looked at. In the midst of that discussion, it sounds like Mr. Bentley gave you further information about MTO's testing on the Red Hill. Apart from what's in this email, what do you recall, if anything, about your discussion with Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, I think this email pretty much covers it there. I'd find out after the fact, but I wasn't aware that Charles Brown had actually connected, and that's actually identified here as well. So Kevin tells me that Charles already connected with them. Dialogue between MTO and various media outlets as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of unaware of all of that, doing this in that vacuum. That's really why some of my surprise, and you see my surprise in the emails I sent off to Ms. Graham. So this is pretty comprehensive, I would say, overview of what we talked about.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Go to 106, please. So in the interest of time, Mr. Soldo, I'm hoping to just sort of jump along and give you some markers of things that the OD says happen. So while you're talking on the phone, Matthew Van Donegan from the spec also contacts the city and says, the MTO has just released this information. And Mr. Bentley also tells you he's going to release that information and then does. And you ask for a little bit more understanding. And then this at the bottom of 106, I believe, is Mr. Bentley's response. Is that how you recall the back and forth?
Yeah, during a conversation, I'd asked for more information, and that's his follow-up response there.
Okay. And the emails the inquiry has received seem to be fairly clear that no one at the city was aware that the MTO had completed testing in 2008 to 2014.
Sorry, is that a question?
It was. I'm just asking for your confirmation.
I can only speak for myself. I was unaware that testing was undertaken.
Okay. And prior to your discussions with Mr. Bentley, were you also unaware that MTO had completed friction testing in 2007?
I was unaware that MTO completed any testing.
Okay. Maybe a broader question. When you reached out to Mr. Bentley, you were aware that MTO conducted friction testing on their own roads, right?
I was aware that they have the capabilities of doing that. I'm assuming that they do in certain areas. They have a whole pavement management group that does this sort of work. And that's one of the reasons I kind of reached out to them.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to page 108, please? And if you can call it 266. You asked Ms. Audie about the process to use to contact SEMA. You mentioned the last memo was through your office and the external lawyer. I'd like to contact SEMA regarding the new friction data we have from the MTO in order to have them review it and extrapolate a degradation curve. Why were you asking Ms. Audie about which process to use in respect of SEMA?
Well, through the normal process, we would have contacted SEMA ourselves. The legal department went through Mr. Bogosian the last time. So I just wanted to make sure that, that this is not something the legal wanted to handle again.
Okay, and by February, had you received any indication that legal had a preference to handle dealings with SEMA around friction issues?
I think at this point, given all the risk management and legal issues that we were going through, I want to make sure that I wasn't doing something that the legal department wanted to stick handle.
Okay. And I think Ms. Audie said, no, go ahead. And you did reach out to SEMA. Registrar, you can close this call out. Just stopping there. Why did you want a degradation curve done?
Just trying to get as much information as possible. So we have this is new data. I've never seen it before. I was just thinking, is it possible to utilize this data to give us some more information?
Why did you select SEMA to complete this review? You don't have the same pressure you had before going to GIC. So why do you go to, which I understand you said before, I was there was a timing issue. So why do you go back to SEMA now?
They've been doing all the work to this point, so there's no reason to think that they couldn't do this work. They're already underneath contract. So there's a lot of, maybe things that people don't appreciate, but to hire someone, different consultants and entire different process for that, we could just go to SEMA utilizing the procurement process that we already utilize at this point and have them undertake that work.
So to avoid having to go through the roster process and POs and those sorts of things?
Well, the roster process is going to take time and, you have to bring someone on board. So I know that utilizing the existing PO that we have and adding it to that scope of work, it'll be probably month, 2 months quicker to go through.
Okay. Did you consider contacting Tradewind to conduct the analysis, given that you knew that they had done friction testing on the roadway in the past?
Tradewind's not on our roster of approved consultants, and we'd have the same issue. I did not consider it as they haven't worked for us in the past, and SEMA's done all that work till date.
Okay. Were you looking specifically for a pavement materials expert to complete this analysis?
Well, the scope of work here is pretty straightforward. It's looking at the degradation curves. Can you come up with a degradation curve based on the pavement here and the numbers that we have? So I'm assuming that SEMA had experts in the field that could do this.
Okay. How were you hoping to use the information that SEMA, or the analysis that SEMA did? Sort of for what purpose were you seeking it?
Just another information point to give us a better understanding of what we have out there.
Unlike the February 4th memo that eventually that was produced, made public at the GIC meeting, this memo that SEMA eventually prepared was not made public. Was it provided to council?
I'd have to go back and look. I believe there's some emails in here where I forward items to legal and ask the question, should these be forwarded to council? I'm not sure if this was part of that package or not.
I recall you doing that in respect of the RSA, which had been summarized within PW 18008A. And you ask about, you said you have some sort of some sensitivity to release that to the media because it hadn't been formally appended to the staff report. It had only been referenced in it. Is that what you're thinking about?
Maybe there was, I think I'd have to go back and check. I'm not going to guess now.
Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of whether there was any discussion with anybody in the city about whether to make public what becomes the February 26th memo?
Sorry, just so we're really clear, because now I'm confused. What are you referring to when you say the February 26th memo?
So eventually, and I will certainly get there, and I'm sorry if I'm doing this a little out of step. Eventually, SEMA does provide a memo in response to your request, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm asking, was there any discussion about making that memo that SEMA provided on February 26th public the way that the February 4th memo that SEMA had prepared had been made public?
I don't recall having the conversation.
Okay. I don't mean to ask the same question twice, but I'm not quite sure I understood your answer. What were you hoping to use the information that would be contained in the analysis from SEMA?
It's just another information point.
Okay, then I did understand your evidence. But to what end? An information point for what? For what consideration?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Why would I not want to know if this information provides us with what this information provides us?
Okay, so we know that the memo says that there was a reduction based on the extrapolation and an estimated reduction in friction. So I guess I'm trying to understand what did you think you were going to do with the results if they demonstrated that there was a significant reduction?
Well, at this point, I don't know what the results are. So until I see the results, I really don't have a plan of action with what I'm going to do with them.
I understand. I'm trying to ask a question in a way where you're asking for this information. What are the possible options that you think that is going to the outcomes, and how would you use this information to help you make decisions?
And this is a forecast on older data. If it came back showing that it was below a certain level, I think we would investigate more.
It wasn't a forecast; it was an extrapolation,
Right.
To not forecast going forward, but an extrapolation instead of doing a field test, right?
Extrapolation, forecasts, it's regression analysis. So it's going to give us a better understanding of what the current state is.
Okay. And the other way to understand what the current state is would be to do a friction test. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you consider doing that?
We did, but it's middle of February, and that's not going to help us very much.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to 186 and 187, please? And if you could call out the bottom of 186, paragraph 481. Thank you. So I'm picking up a little bit later in time. In fact, I think I might be picking up too late in time. In any event, on March 20th, Mr. McGuire emailed Ms. Lane about a follow-up, and he says, we spoke last month on the Red Hill. And just going back to your discussions with Ms. Bentley, did he refer you to Ms. Lane?
He did, because I believe there's some documentation in here where I asked about the capabilities of MTO and undertake testing and those sort of things.
I think there is too. And I'm also noting that it is 3:17. So we've been going for about an hour, which is our sort of current short break schedule. And I think it might be an appropriate time to take a break. I don't have very much left, Commissioner, but I do think I'm missing a citation. And so may as well take a break to make sure that.
Well, let's take a break. We'll return at 3:30.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. Sola, we were just talking about some interactions with the MTO before the break, and I had jumped over some references in to discussions in February. So let's go to that. Registrar, could you bring up OD 10A, page 108, please? And if you can call out 268, please. 269, actually. Thank you, Registrar. I think just before the break, I had asked if Mr. Bentley referred you to Ms. Lane as a potential contact. And I think you said that you had. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I see on February 22nd, you emailed Mr. Bentley and asked to arrange a call with your pavement specialist to talk about what type of pavement should be used on this facility. We're interested as well in any history MTO has with high friction pavement along curvilinear roadways. So just stopping on that second point, was the city considering the application of a high friction pavement along any part of the Red Hill as part of the Red Hill resurfacing?
Well, if we go back to the SEMA roadside safety audit, I believe one of their recommendations or that we consider the use of higher friction along certain sections of the roadway itself. So here I was just trying to put Gord's engineering group in contact with the right specialists at the MTO.
Thank you. And do you recall, did you have discussions with Mr. Bentley in February, either in connection with those emails that we looked at just before the break, or in connection with this email that you sent to him?
Sorry, I think I missed the question. So are you asking if I had any other discussions with him?
Yeah, so we went to your summary of the telephone call you had with him on the 12th, and I was wondering if you had any other discussions with him by phone in February.
I believe there may have been trying to follow up with Mr. Bentley. I'm not 100% clear, but may have followed up with Mr. Bentley about who the data was previously sent to at the city, and so those sort of things. I'm maybe confusing things at this point, but I believe there was a follow-up.
When you say who the data was sent to, you mean in respect of that email that we looked at, where Mr. Bentley is trying to provide you with a bit more information about the 2007 testing and then the subsequent testing, and sort of how that testing came to be? So around that.
Yeah,
that actually,
I may be a confusing conversation versus email.
Okay.
I believe I reached out to the MTO to find out, was there any documentation about the previous testing and where it got sent to?
okay, so you're trying to determine if anyone at the city did have knowledge of the MTO testing in 2008 to 2014?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. And if you can go to, oh, sorry, I didn't actually take you to the second paragraph that was called out, where Mr. Bentley copied Ms. Lane and CC'd her to arrange a meeting with her and her staff. Registrar, can you now go to page 111 and 112? And you'll see at the bottom of page 111, Mr. McGuire emailed Mr. Bentley about MTO friction testing data. Registrar, could you pull out the top of page 112 and also 279 and 280? Thank you. So you see that Mr. McGuire is asking for an overlay or to overlay our independent results directly with the MTO results. And was that something that Mr. McGuire was taking the lead on, or did you want to have an overlay of the MTO data versus the independent results?
Mr. McGuire was leading this. The geomatics group reports to him, and I remember him mentioning to me he was trying to take the data and correlate it down to sections of roadway and things like that. But he was having his geomatics group look at that.
Okay. And you'll see at 280 that Mr. McGuire asks for a call for a bit of clarity. And this is, I'm now March 1st. Do you recall, did you attend that call with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Lane?
I recall having a conversation with Ms. Lane in a meeting. Not sure this was what we talked about, but it may have been.
Okay. I'm going to close this down and go to another document, and you can perhaps try to identify when it was based on these. So we were just looking at some exchanges between Mr. McGuire and Ms. Lane at the end of February and the beginning of March. And then Registrar, can you go to 186 and 187? And you'll see at the bottom of 186 at 481, Mr. McGuire emailed Ms. Lane under the subject line follow up with the city of Hamilton. And he said, we talked last month about the RHVP issue, and I wanted to say thanks. Registrar, just for ease of review, could you call out the content at page 187? All of it. Just to make it a little bit bigger. Perfect. Thank you. Great. So there's a reference to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Lane talking last month. And then just as we go through, there's some back and forth. And then you'll see at the bottom at 484, Mr. Bentley circulated a calendar invitation for April 2, 2019. So, and you're listed among the invitees. So does that assist in terms of your timeline of when you spoke to Ms. Lane? That is, was it in February or March at the beginning, or was it the April 2nd call?
I just don't recall. I remember being involved in a meeting where we talked about friction testing. I don't necessarily remember having a meeting about something else with Mrs. Lane. So I'm not sure how many times Mr. McGuire met with her.
You only met with her or spoke to her on the phone once?
I can't be certain, but I don't recall having many meetings with her.
Okay. So you'll see at 483, there's a reference to scheduling a 30-minute call to talk to you about MTO undertaking friction testing. Were you aware that MTO about the possibility of MTO conducting friction testing on the Red Hill in March of 2019?
I believe I talked to Kevin earlier on about, testing, how they test, what equipment they have. So getting back to your question, I'm sorry, what was your question?
My question were you aware that the MTO, about the possibility of the MTO conducting friction testing? But I can narrow that question down, which was, were you hoping that MTO could conduct friction testing on the Red Hill?
I think we were exploring the possibility of friction testing through the MTO. And and again, I don't know which meeting exactly this falls underneath, but one of the issues that was given to us back from MTO was that it all depends on the conditions outside, the temperature, and that I have a specific recollection that they had changed equipment, and they were worried about being able to calibrate that equipment. Where that falls into the timeline, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And in the end, did MTO conduct friction testing on the Red Hill in 2019?
Not to my knowledge.
And what was your rationale for seeking friction testing seeking to see if the MTO could do friction testing in 2019?
I think that there was an open question of should we get testing done before we do the resurfacing, so we know what the final state of the values are. At this point, I believe it's become more of a risk management legal issue, and there was that question: should we or shouldn't we undertake that so we have a firm value?
Thank you. Just jumping back to an answer that you gave just a moment ago about the MTO calibrating their machines. Were you concerned about having ensuring that the analysis or that the friction testing that you did conduct before resurfacing was going to be consistent with the same methodology as past testing? I'm just trying to understand what the calibration issue was.
The way I understand it from the ministry was that they had changed equipment, but they hadn't run this equipment on their own roads, so they hadn't calibrated it yet to ensure that equipment was working properly.
I see. Thank you. That's helpful. And who told you about the need to, from the MTO, about the need to calibrate their equipment, if you recall?
Well, I want to say it's either Kevin or Mr. Bentley or Mrs. Lane. Those are the only two people I would have talked to.
And in fact, the city did do friction testing before resurfacing, right?
I believe so. That was carried out through the legal department.
And did you ask SEMA to complete any analysis of the pre-resurfacing friction testing?
I did not know.
Okay. I asked because SEMA did do some work in for the city in 2020, one related to friction and one related to collision analysis. Registrar, can you go to, you can close this down and go to page 232, please. And call it 599 and 600. I'm not going to ask you any specific questions about this, but just to draw your attention to it, in February, there was first a discussion and then a meeting about reviewing the September 2019 friction testing, and there's a proposal setting out the questions, in particular whether SEMA recommended any changes to its previous reports as a result of friction testing conducted post-resurfacing, and if there are any safety measures or monitoring steps that SEMA would recommend. Were you involved in the decision to retain SEMA in respect of these two questions?
I believe this work was being undertaken through engineering. When you look at this, it's to review the new friction results on the new pavement. So engineering was looking to confirm, and review the recommendations of the previous reports. So.
Okay, but in dealing with sort of the recommendations from previous CMAT reports, those were always recommendations that were about sort of road safety, and in the past they'd gone through traffic.
That's correct.
So why the change for which department was dealing with this?
That's something you're gonna have to ask Mr. McGuire. He initiated that work just as a review of the new payment.
Okay. And then paragraph 600, there's a reference to a meeting, the stated purpose of which was to review the collision numbers on the main line from 2013 to 2018. And I understand that this meeting resulted in a analysis that included an updated collision analysis. Was that something that you and your team were seeking?
I believe we did a post reconstruction analysis with SEMA. It looked at both the impacts of the construction on the traffic, as well as what has changed since the reconstruction on the collision data. So we took a report to council on this. I want to say sometime in 2020.
Yeah, I think this is the origins of that. Registrar, if you could close this down and go to the next page and call out the following page as well, 234. So this is the SEMA report that I think you're referring to, and it has a collision analysis looking at the number of collisions after changing the speed limit with increased police enforcement and after resurfacing. Is that the report that you were thinking of?
Yeah, it was to look at the outcomes, I guess, based on all the improvements that the city had made, the three that you mentioned, but also, installation of the new pavement markings, the chevrons, the full package that we had put in place as part of the reconstruction.
I'm recognizing that this was had a number of caveats. There's a big red box there about the short period of time that was being analyzed. Is it fair that you were left with the impression that collisions overall had decreased after the resurfacing as compared to the proportion before the resurfacing?
I think it's fair to say that we saw a reduction in collisions along Sylvia.
And has the trends in terms of the proportion of collisions post resurfacing continued since April of 2020 when SEMA finalized this report?
That's a really difficult answer actually to provide because of the impacts of COVID.
Fair enough.
We've been putting together collision reports every year, but the impacts from COVID drastically reduced collision, drastically reduced the amount of volume on these facilities as well. So I would say that there's a general trend at lower collisions, but it's very hard to ascertain that impact given the impacts of COVID.
Fair enough. Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Lawrence, is Ms. McIver the first?
She is. Ms. Roberts does not have any questions for this witness, although she will, once Mr. Soldo is done, want to make two documents that were dealt with yesterday as exhibits that were missed yesterday. But I think we should do that after Mr. Scholda's evidence. So it's Ms. McIver, and then I understand that Ms. Contractor may also have some questions.
Fine.
Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mr. Soldo. I just have a few questions for you today regarding your testimony. You mentioned just a short while ago that when you received the MTO results, so mid-February 2019, you didn't do any in-field testing at that time because it was the middle of February. Is that correct?
At that point, given the fact that we're in winter, I had a discussion, and I want to say it was Mr. Bentley that I had discussion with about the right conditions for testing, so that we were still considering it, but at that point, that would kind of preclude us from doing that testing being in the middle of winter.
Okay, and so in terms of your discussions with Mr. Bentley and the ability to test during the winter, I assume that those related to the MTO friction trailer specifically?
That's correct. They did not reference anyone else's.
Okay, and did you take any steps to confirm whether any other sorts of friction testing could be carried out during the winter months?
Can I ask what you're referring to?
I'm just asking if you took any steps, if you reached out to anybody else to inquire about other methodologies beyond the MTO friction trailer that might give you friction results in the winter.
I did not.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, and so we heard a bit about your discussions with Mr. Bentley, with Ms. Lane, and you would agree that they extended an offer of assistance to help with interpreting the MTO test results. Is that fair?
Mr. Bentley and Mrs. Lane were very helpful. They asked us whatever assistance they could. They provide us whatever assistance we asked for. So I was very appreciative of them reaching out to us.
Okay. Did you ever consider involving them in the extrapolation exercise that SEMA carried out?
To be honest, no. We already had SEMA, as I indicated earlier, on board, and I felt that they had the necessary skill set to undertake the work.
Okay, and you mentioned that before in terms of in terms of their skill set. You said you assumed because it was a very large company, they have a lot of expertise in various areas. That there was an assumption they had this pavement expertise. Did you actually ask any specific questions about that to Mr. Malone or anyone else at SEMA?
I would say that if SEMA did not have the expertise, it would be upon them to, as a consultant and as professional engineers, for them to tell the city that they don't have those qualifications. Okay,
and so I take it by that comment, the assumption was that they would advise you, so you didn't specifically check into this pavement-related expertise.
That's correct. They should be advising us if they're not capable of undertaking the work.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 36336, please? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Soto, you'll see that this is the February 26 memo from SEMA. And Registrar, if you could please pull up the chart on page 2, if you could call it out, that would be great. Okay, and so Mr. Soto, you would have reviewed this, seen this chart, of course, when you received and reviewed the memo, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so we can see here that as the years go on, the rate of decline in friction, to my eyes, seems to be lessening. The curve is evening out. Did SEMA ever opine on whether that rate of degradation was within an acceptable range for an aging pavement?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, and maybe I'll reframe it. Did SEMA ever provide you with an opinion about whether this was, for instance, a standard, normal kind of degradation with pavement age, or whether it was a concern?
The only information I got from SEMA was the memo itself. So whatever's contained in this memo is what they provide me.
Okay, Registrar, could we please move to page 3 of the memo? Okay, and then if you could call out the 4th paragraph there. Okay, so we see here that SEMA has made the comment that it is also normal for pavement friction values to reduce during the life cycle of a road. Did you ever make any inquiries into that statement, into what SEMA meant by normal in terms of the reduction during a life cycle?
I'm kind of unclear exactly what your question is here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you ever followed up with SEMA about this statement, because it seems that they're saying it's normal for pavement friction values to drop, obviously with age. There's going to be some decline. And so I guess it's a bit further to my last question. I want to confirm that you had no further conversations about this subject.
I didn't have any further conversations on this. No.
Okay. Now, there are also a couple of places in the report where SEMA expresses caution about comparing the MTO results with the trade wind results. So, Registrar, could you pull up page 4 of this memo, please? So one is at the top here, just as an example. We can see that it says, again, we note that the testing protocols from trade winds and from the MTO testing have not been compared. So the comparison of friction values should also be viewed with caution. So at this point, when you reviewed the memo, did you appreciate that the trade wind results and the MTO results perhaps wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison?
I was well aware that they're not an apples to apples comparison. They're different methodologies.
Okay. And do you recall when you became aware that they weren't an apples to apples comparison?
Well, the trade wind report is done on a different methodology completely. So I wasn't anticipating that the MTO was a comparison to those values.
Okay. And is that why you didn't ask for the 2013 trade wind results to be analyzed in this degradation curve along with the MTO results?
I was strictly looking only at the MTO results, given that it's something that is an approach that's being utilized in Ontario. It's not based on a different standard or a non-Canadian standard. So, and not saying that there is an Ontario standard, but I was looking to utilize the methodology that the provincial ministry uses here.
Okay, and so it sounds like you're saying that you wanted to be consistent in terms of the types of results that were analyzed by SEMA in this report. Is that fair?
Yes, I was concerned only about the MTO approach.
Okay. Okay, now we've seen that as a result of this memo, in-field testing was recommended by SEMA. Did you take any immediate steps to arrange for in-field testing, appreciating that it's still the end of February at this point? But do you recall taking steps to arrange for it at a future date?
The infield testing that was eventually undertaken was undertaken through the legal department. So at this point, we were exploring options, but the testing and the decision to undertake the testing was being determined, I would say, through our legal department.
Okay. Registrar, if you could take this down, please, that would be appreciated. And if you could turn up HAM 54844, please, if you have that. Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Soldo, this is an email chain from February 26th to February 28th, where Mr. McKinnon reaches out to you and to Mr. McGuire and asks if you would agree that the MTO results corroborate the results of the trade wind report. And we see that Mr. McGuire responds, correct, the trade wind results are quite close to the MTO results. You respond, I would concur. But on this, you've just told us that you're aware that the two aren't an apples to apples comparison, they're not comparable. So on what basis did you make that statement?
Right, so just so we're clear about what I'm concurring to here, I would concur that they're on the lower end of the range. They're on the lower
Okay,
end.
and on what basis did you reach that conclusion?
Well, the trade wind ones are below or the investigatory level, and then the values that we're seeing from MTO are in the lower end. Can't recall the number exactly, but I believe you're showing friction of 30 or 29, somewhere in there, based on the memo from Brian. So they're on the lower end. Okay,
So you were relying on the extrapolated number into 2019 in making that statement?
So now you're getting me confused here. So
I can reframe, and it was just because you just mentioned the number 29, and we see that in the SEMA report. The projected average friction value in SEMA's opinion into 2019 is 29. Is that what you were referring to?
What I'm referring to is that they're at a lower level. So this, when do we get the MTO results if you brought back the previous report?
The MTO results were provided on February 12th. Is that what you're asking?
And the SEMA report on the MTO results?
That was February 26th.
Right, so we get it on February 26th, and we're talking about some February 28th. So I believe at this point I've seen the SEMA results with the extrapolation.
Okay. And Mr. Soldo, did you take note of any of the other caveats in the SEMA report in terms of using the numbers, relying on the outcome? We can revisit the report if you'd like to, but I'm just wondering if you recall those or took note of them.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of caveats in that. It is an extrapolation. It's it's based on older data. It's not a comparison. They don't necessarily have all the information of how those results were undertaken. So you have to take that memo. It's an information point, but it's not something you would probably base your decisions on. You would want to do more investigation.
Right, and you would recall that SEMA recommends conducting infield friction testing specifically to validate those results.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and so we've heard that the matter is, and sorry, Registrar, you could take this down. And if you could pull up, please, overview document 10A at page 190. Okay, and so at paragraph 494 here, we're getting into the follow-up request for friction testing. And I appreciate that you've said this was given over to legal, although I'll note that, and we can take you there, that you are copied on the requests that go out to ARA. So in some capacity, were you monitoring this request for friction testing?
That would have been done as a freedom, FYI, for my own for information. I wasn't involved with hiring the consultant or anything like that, but I am monitoring to see what legal's decided. Yes.
Okay, and so you, and forgive me if Ms. Lawrence covered this earlier, you wouldn't have been involved in the decision to specifically to retain ARA specifically?
No, I wasn't involved in that.
Okay. And are you aware of any conversations, or did anyone have a conversation with you about providing the ARA results to SEMA so that they could, as they recommended, validate their results from the February 26th memo?
I don't recall that in a conversation with one of those things.
Okay, and finally, just in terms of the MTO offer to conduct friction testing, we heard that it was something that was, I guess, for lack of a better term, out for debate during the winter months. You knew that it wouldn't occur at that time in any event. And were you involved in the decision not to proceed with their engagement in that exercise?
I was involved in hiring the individuals, which is ARA. So did they consider MTO versus ARA? I don't know.
Okay, I guess I'm asking because as of at least March 20th, 2019, Mr. McGuire is reaching out to MTO to ask if a discussion could be had about the potential for testing. And is there evidence that you are not aware of those discussions or had no discussions with Mr. McGuire about whether to go that route?
No, I believe I sat in one of the meetings about MTO potentially providing that, but the decision to hire MTO or someone else was done through legal.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Soldo. Those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Contractor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Stoldo. Just have a handful of questions for you. Commission counsel asked you about why you didn't provide a copy of the trade-in report to Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White in October of 2018 once you were made aware of it. And in your answer, you stated that the report was still in draft, that Mr. McGuire was following up with Golar to understand what the report meant and the next steps required, and that there was nothing in the trade-in report that you looked at from a roadway safety perspective that really involved traffic. And so I just wanted to understand that a little bit more. In your view, did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White need a copy of the trade-in report in the fall of 2018 or certainly through early 2019?
I believe they required a copy of the report. We had conversations about its contents. Pretty sure they understood the next steps in terms of who was leading the follow-up through engineering. never asked for a report either. And so, we had pretty fulsome conversations throughout the course of the fall there related to that. It was the Tradewin report was, I want to say, common knowledge about among staff. Once it was uncovered, I guess, or whatever terminology you want to use by Mr. McGuire. So I don't sort of see a need for them to have gotten a copy because they already knew what was inside.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, can we go to GOL 2981, please? And to image 102. So, Mr. Stoller, this is, of course, the trading report that was appended to the draft 2014 Golder report. And Mr. Registrar, if we could go to image 114. If we can make that a little bit bigger so Mr. Soldo can see the conclusions and recommendations section there. Thank you. Can you see that okay, Mr. Soldo?
Yes.
You gave some evidence about this throughout your 2 days, but I just want to make sure your evidence is clear on this point. Did the trading report raise any safety concerns for you about the Red Hill?
No, it did not. When I read this report and some of the other reports that we received here, when I look at these reports, I look at the recommendations, and when I look at these here, need to investigate. So that's what we did. We went further and started investigating what do these values mean. I don't see anywhere in this report that there's immediate safety concern. As I would expect, if this is a report I'm getting from the engineering company, there was something that was immediately that had to be done, that would be identified. It doesn't say the road is unsafe and doesn't identify any immediate actions.
Thank you. Did you consider, from a traffic and road safety perspective, whether any steps needed to be taken in light of the findings of the trading report pending the resurfacing?
Well, if we go back to the SEMA report and the previous work that was underdone, there was already a number of measures already put in place back from the 2015 report, putting up signage related to slippery when wet, looking at the reductions in the speed limit, all those sort of things. So when you look at the cumulative body of work that had been done on the Red Hill, there were many measures already put in place that were, somewhat addressing some of these issues that were identified here.
Thank you. And you gave some evidence about a call you had with Mr. Malone, and Mr. Registrar, you can take that down. Thanks very much. You gave evidence about a call that you had with Mr. Malone on November 30th, and during which you stated that your impression was that he was aware of the trading report, but you confirmed that you did not send him a copy of the trading report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Why didn't you send him a copy of the trading report?
It's really didn't think it was relevant. He was aware of the data, and that's what he's going to be making decisions based on, is the data that he has.
And I take it, did he ask you for a copy of the report?
He did not ask me for a copy of the report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Solzit. Those are my questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Soldo. Appreciate your appearing today. You're excused. You can sign off if you like at this point. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
I think we have a few housekeeping matters to attend. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, who's going first? Is it Ms. Roberts?
Ms. Roberts can go first.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I do have a housekeeping item to address. I identified 2 documents yesterday that should have been marked as exhibits. And Those are MTO 53 and GOL 3902. Could these please be marked as exhibits 209 and 210 respectively?
I think we're at 211 and 212.
Sorry, Council.
Sorry, thank you. I missed that, 212.
So what's the first one?
MTO, sorry,
Sorry, Council, go ahead.
MTO 53. If I have that right, that will now be exhibit 211. Do I have it right now?
Yes, 211.
Thank you. Second exhibit, GOL 3902. And I ask that that be marked as exhibit 212, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Noted.
Thank you.
Not sure I can find the first document in my notes, but, oh, there it is. Sorry.
They were the
got
two
it.
MTO directives. Thank
I've got it. I apologize for slowing down this process. Okay, next, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the affidavit of Ludimir Uzarowski, affirmed September 30, 2022, which is doc ID RVH 1024. Copies were previously provided to participants' counsel, all of whom advised that they will not be cross-examining on the affidavit. And this affidavit details the approval of the Demix Varennes quarry aggregate sourced from Demix Aggregates in Quebec for use in the SMA mainline surface course on the RHVP and compliance with the aggregate, compliance of the aggregate with the contract specifications. And this supplements overview document 3 and Dr. Uzarowski's evidence on April 28 and 29. And again, the doc ID is RVH 1024. The registrar should have a copy of that. And I'd like it to be made the next exhibit, which is 213.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
So does that take care of the housekeeping for today?
Yes.
Good. Then we will stand adjourned. There's no witness tomorrow, as I
No.
understand it. The next witness will appear Thursday morning at 9:30, so we'll stand adjourned until that time.
Commissioner, sorry to interrupt. In fact, we are starting at 10:15 on Thursday, as this is the date that we rescheduled due to illness from last week. And as a result of accommodating council, we're having a bit of a late start. So 10:15 on Thursday.
10:15 on Thursday. So I stand corrected. We stand adjourned until 10:15 on Thursday.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.